What we're going to do first, the very first item on tonight's installment of RFA 37, How the United States Lost the Second World War. What I'm going to be doing is giving a brief summary and a recap of the major points that I've covered in the program so far. I'm going to touch on the major elements and try to bring those of you who might be new to the series, new to this particular archive show, up to speed. That'll be the first thing, a brief summary, because I've been going for many hours now since July 26th, so it will necessarily be a synoptic account of what has been covered so far. Following that, we're going to begin taking a look at the broader social context for what we looked at last week, namely the effects of the Reinhard-Gehlen Nazi Eastern Front intelligence organization on American strategic and political thinking. Specifically, we are going to take a look at the broader social and economic and political context in which those particular events took place. Specifically, we're going to take a look at what facilitated, or perhaps in the view of some necessitated, the adoption by the United States of the grossly exaggerated reports that Gehlen gave the U.S. about Soviet intentions and capabilities, as well as the social, political, and historical context within which the so-called liberation or rollback philosophy of fighting the Cold War, originally a Third Reich psychological and political warfare tactic, which eventually evolved into a mainstream a main American philosophical approach to fighting the Cold War, and ultimately became a major theme of the 1952 Republican campaign. We will, during the course of the program this evening, be taking a look at the further evolution of rollback or liberation theory of fighting the Cold War. Theology to some, no doubt, particularly some of the people we saw at the Republican convention a couple of weeks back. But we're going to begin by taking a look, once again, at Blowback by Christopher Simpson. And what we're going to look at is a fellow, the activities of and the philosophy of a fellow named Paul Nitze, N-I-T-Z-E, an individual whose activities span much of the Cold War period. And what we're going to take a look at is the economic and political environment within which the Crusade for Freedom, a CIA front organization which introduced large elements associated with this Nazi Eastern Front spy outfit, as well as their political approach. This was introduced into American society, where it became a mainstream intellectual force. What we're going to take a look at is the role, or what facilitated, or again, perhaps in the minds of some, necessitated the adoption, first of all, of what Victor Marchetti, a former CIA Soviet affairs specialist, called the Soviet boogeyman junk, that hyped up Soviet boogeyman junk, which Gehlen adopted and which eventually became American political doctrine. We are also going to take a look at the context in which the activities of the CFF, which was instrumental in introducing not only Gehlen-related personnel, but also the Gehlen philosophy, the Third Reich philosophy of liberation or rollback theory of fighting the Cold War. We're going to take a look at the context in which that occurred. Specifically, both Gehlen's exaggerated view of the Soviet Union and the incorporation of rollback or liberation theory into mainstream American society served to adopt or to transform the American political opinion in such a way as massive increases in defense spending became more palatable. Both the hyped-up Russian boogeyman junk, as Marchetti talked about, referred to it, as well as the CFF's activities in introducing rollback or liberation personnel and theory into American society, and the gradual evolution of rollback or liberation theory from a Third Reich psychological and political warfare technique to a major element of American political thinking throughout the Cold War period. We're going to take a look at how these served to justify and perpetuate in American society massive post-World War II increases in defense spending. What we're going to be doing specifically by way of taking a look at the context in which the CFF and Galen were able to operate, we're going to take a look at an article, a very important article, which we will be coming back to next week, from the current issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin, and specifically, we're going to be taking a look at a remarkable document, a central element in the evolution of Cold War America, namely NSC 68, National Security Council Memorandum, number 68. This was authored by the aforementioned Paul Nietzsche, an individual we will return to next week. Specifically, what American political and economic and strategic thinkers were contemplating was the effect of the end of the Marshall Plan on both the United States and Europe. And the fear was, on the part of American officials, rightly or wrongly, that the cessation of the massive aid to Europe that took place after World War II under the auspices of the Marshall Plan might lead to a renewed depression, or a certainly depressed economic activity, if not another Great Depression. And what they came up with, in a nutshell, was a program of massive military spending, which would serve to both to prime the U.S. economy and keep it going with a sort of military Keynesianism. It would also be seen as facilitating global trade, and very importantly, this military buildup would be seen as a device to break the back of the Soviet Union economically, because the Soviet Union was not seen as being able to keep up with the United States in an arms race and the resulting economic burden to society. Obviously, that is a forecast, really not so much a forecast, but a tactic which has borne out in a big way here in the 1990s. We are going to take a look at NSC 68 and how it served to justify both the exaggerated view of the Soviet Union that the Reinhard-Gehlen Organization gave the U.S., as well as the introduction via the Gehlen Organization and related elements and the CFF of rollback or liberation theory personnel and thinking into American society. Both can be evaluated in the context of NSC 68, and next week we will look on the Reagan administration in the final installment of this program as the ultimate fulfillment both of rollback or liberation theory and the doctrines inherent in NSC 68. The propaganda campaign, which was conducted by the CFF, a CIA organization, and which operated inside of the United States, that campaign was basically to justify in the minds of the American people the massive defense spending that was authorized under the auspices of NSC 68. And we will be taking a look at the evolution of the political and economic philosophy of NSC 68, how it worked out in the ways that its planners thought it would work out, and how it did not work out in the ways that its planners thought it would work out. And we will be returning to NSC 68, to rollback or liberation theory, and to Paul Nietzsche once again next week. In the context of examining NSC 68, we will be touching once again on the concept of the Christian West. This was basically a Third Reich plan, a backup plan by the Third Reich to shed the more noxious elements of Nazism and to hook up with the Western nations, the Western allies, U.S., Britain, France, etc., in an anti-Soviet coalition with Germany as sort of the centerpiece. This was basically a Third Reich plan for going underground, and we're going to take a look at NSC 68 as well as briefly the Marshall Plan as a realization or a perpetuation of the Christian West concept, which ultimately led both to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization as well as to economic partnership or cooperation, at least up to a point, and for a period of time between countries like the United States and West Germany, Britain, etc. Recall that the Christian West concept was developed both by German and American intelligence agents, both of whom had figured in a prominent way, both sides of which, I should say, had figured in a prominent way in the transatlantic industrial and financial axis that I examined in numerous archive shows, the first two Radio Free America shows, Uncle Sam and the Swastika, Uncle Sam and Il Duce, and other broadcasts as well, Radio Free America number 10. What we're going to do then is we're going to take a look, touch briefly on how, although President Eisenhower, to a large extent, was elected on a rollback or liberation platform. In fact, Eisenhower and his administration, in spite of numerous pressures, including the pressures of Joe McCarthy using dirt fed by veteran Nazi intelligencers, including SS people, McCarthy attempted to smear many of Eisenhower's appointments. Despite all of the pressures and despite of the rollback or liberation inertia, the Eisenhower administration remained committed to the containment theory of fighting the Cold War, a less totalitarian, perhaps, commitment to fighting the Cold War. And if totalitarian seems like a strong concept, we're going to be examining NSC 68 as in effect a blueprint, a plan to ultimately turn America fascist. NSC 68 could be seen in a very accurate way as proto-fascistic. After looking at the Eisenhower administration and its adherence to containment rather than rollback theory, despite the pressures and inertia leading in another direction, we're going to take a look at the evolution of the rollback or liberation milieu, which we've been studying, and we will look at its evolution right up through 1960 and how the captive nations movement, which ultimately was the incarnation of the rollback or liberation milieu circa 1960, how it had grown into a potent force, an element, a significant element of the far right wing of both the Republican and, to a lesser extent, Democratic parties, and how in 1960 it was able to realize its own political agenda to a considerable extent, and how it had begun to work at cross purposes with the plans of the Eisenhower administration. What we're going to do next is we're going to take a look at the assassination of John Kennedy, first of all from a strategic standpoint, and we're going to take a look at that as the ultimate triumph of rollback or liberation theory. We're going to take a look at indications that the type of political and psychological covert operation that was being conducted by organizations like the CFF had evolved during the closing years and months of the Eisenhower administration into the use of physical covert action, ultimately deadly force, in order to achieve ends that were at variance with what the Eisenhower administration sought to achieve. We're going to touch briefly, by way of discussion, on indications that the assassination of John Kennedy may have actually been contemplated or planned. The assassination of a president may have actually been planned prior to Kennedy's election. We're going to take a look at the sabotaging of the U-2 flight of Francis Gary Powers in May of 1960 that nullified President Eisenhower's attempts to achieve détente with then-Soviet Premier Khrushchev. There are substantive indications that that particular flight was actually sabotaged. It was dispatched despite Eisenhower having temporarily grounded the U-2 spy flights over the Soviet Union, and it also was ultimately blamed on Lee Harvey Oswald. That is to say, the downing of the U-2 and the deep sixing of the summit conference was blamed on Lee Harvey Oswald, and that is an awful lot of history, as we talked about in Guns of November Part 1, an awful lot of history to be blamed on one man. We're going to take a look at other indications that possibly there were plans afoot prior to John Kennedy's election to assassinate the president if the president did not pursue an agenda sufficiently vigorous for the appetites of the rollback or liberation milieu. We will review briefly how Lee Harvey Oswald defected to the Soviet Union on October 15th, 1959. This was the same date on which Stefan Bandera, a Ukrainian fascist who worked first for the Third Reich and then for U.S. intelligence and ultimately for the Gehlen Organization when it became the West German Intelligence Service. The assassination of Bandera happened on the same day that Oswald defected to the Soviet Union and was ultimately linked by far-right and fascist elements, specifically those grouped around the WACCFL, the World Anti-Communist Congress for Freedom and Liberation, the steering group for what became the World Anti-Communist League. The assassination of Bandera, allegedly performed by the KGB, was linked to Lee Harvey Oswald and his alleged shooting of John Kennedy, and this was one of the stratagems which led to the supposition on the part of some that if the truth came out about the assassination of John Kennedy, ultimately it could lead to a third world war if the public perception was such that international communism, quote-unquote, had assassinated John Kennedy. We're going to be taking a look at the painting of Oswald Red and the role that played again this evening. It is the view of many that one of the motivating forces for members of the Warren Commission and its associated group of attorneys, one of their motivations for covering the assassination up, or the motivation of some of them anyway, was to prevent a third world war, and it was the fear of many that, in fact, that might have happened if Oswald was perceived to be a Soviet or a Cuban agent, and there were abundant attempts by elements like the WACCFL to make Oswald appear as just such an agent. We took a look at that in the second installment of this particular program. We're also going to take a look at a fascinating detail presented in a book called Forgive My Grief, Volume 4 by Penn Jones, that in 1959, the next to last year of Eisenhower's administration, in 1959, 3 Americans defected to the Soviet Union, including Lee Harvey Oswald. All 3 repatriated to the United States in 1962, and we're going to take a look at Mrs. Ford, that's Katya Ford, Mrs. Declan Ford, one of the white Russians in the petroleum-Galen-associated milieu, intelligence milieu, that we looked at in our first 2 installments of this program. Katya Ford, Mrs. Declan Ford, who we will be coming back to the Fords, Declan and Mrs. Ford this evening. Robert Edward Webster was one of the Americans who defected in 59 and repatriated in 62. When questioned about why Lee Harvey Oswald defected to the Soviet Union, well, actually, I shouldn't say Katya Ford. When Katya Ford asked Marina said that Lee went to the Soviet Union for the Rand Corporation to set up an American exhibit at the World Trade Exposition. This was the cover story used by Robert Edward Webster, one of the other Americans who defected in 59 and repatriated in 62. That is, to say the least, a remarkable coincidence, and it is the view of a number of people. It is suggested by Penn Jones that this indicates that, in fact, Marina was confusing the stories of the patsies, and that, in fact, plans may have actually been afoot prior to John Kennedy's election to assassinate the president if, in fact, the president elected in 1960 did not pursue a sufficiently vigorous agenda for the rollback or liberation milieu. Following that, we're going to take a look at, by way of review, not only what John Kennedy did by way of deviating from rollback or liberation theory, but John Kennedy's substantive attempts to, at the very least, de-escalate, if not end, the Cold War. We're going to take a look at how Kennedy ran afoul of the national security establishment vis-a-vis Cuba, vis-a-vis the Soviet Union, vis-a-vis Southeast Asian and Latin American policy as well. One of the new details, a new detail that we will be adding this evening, new to me anyway, is the fact that one of the things that John Kennedy did that outraged the national security establishment and the far right, the rollback or liberation milieu, which we've been looking at for some time, one of the things that he did was he refused to recognize 3 right-wing military governments in Latin America. In 1963, there were coups, military coups in Guatemala, the Dominican Republic, and Honduras. John Kennedy refused to recognize any of these juntas. That outraged the national security establishment. Those coups were almost certainly aided and abetted to a certain extent by U.S. intelligence. After that, we're going to return to the coup of 11/22/63, the assassination of John Kennedy, in which the petroleum-Galen intelligence milieu, which we looked at in our first 2 installments, and bear in mind that George Bush is part and parcel of this milieu, and we will be touching back on Bush and some of his connections this evening. We're going to take a look at this rollback or liberation milieu, this Galen-related and petroleum and intelligence-related milieu, how it operated and the context, the political and economic context in which it operated. What we're going to do is we're going to begin by taking a look at how some of these Galen-associated white Russian elements were functioning in connection with the assassination of John Kennedy. First of all, we're going to take a look at how Marina Oswald's testimony in the first couple of days after the assassination was mistranslated in such a way by an individual named Peter Gregory, and this mistranslation coincided with the translations of Marina done by Ilya Mamontov. We've looked at both of these petroleum-related White Russians in the first two installments, and we're going to take a look at how Marina's testimony was distorted in such a way as to make it appear within the larger context that in fact Lee Harvey Oswald was a Soviet agent. And as we've seen, the fear on the part of some of the people that were investigating the assassination, particularly liberals who knew what had happened, the fear was that if that myth got perpetuated or was believed by the American people, this could lead to a Third World War. We're going to take a look at how Peter Gregory distorted Marina's testimony in such a way, and he actually mistranslated what Marina said, and how this played into the hands of those who were deliberately trying to make it appear as though Lee Harvey Oswald was a Soviet agent and the assassination the result of a communist conspiracy. What we're going to do is we're going to take a look after that at how this rollback or liberation milieu, this Galen-related, White Russian, petroleum-related milieu that we looked at in our first two installments, functioned at the microcosmic level, one could say, at the operational level, in conjunction with elements of Army intelligence and Army Reserve intelligence. We're going to take a look at the presence of both Army intelligence agents and Army Intelligence Reserve agents, both on the Dallas Police Force, in the Secret Service. We're going to take a look at the presence of some of these individuals in Dealey Plaza, how they functioned. We're going to touch back on a fellow named Jack Alston Creighton, an employee of DeGolyer and McNaughton, a petroleum exploration firm, a petroleum engineering firm, which we looked at in the first installment, and that's a name that you should bear in mind because he was also in Army Reserve intelligence. We're going to take a look at the curious behavior of the pilot car that was in President Kennedy's motorcade. That pilot car contained Dallas Deputy Police Chief Lumpkin, an Army Intelligence Reserve agent, also the local commander, Lieutenant Colonel Whitmire of Army Reserve. We're going to take a look at its curious behavior on 11/22/63. We're going to take a look how this pilot car, traveling 3 minutes in front of the motorcade as a whole, stopped right in front of the Texas School Book Depository, how an individual supposedly had an epileptic seizure. This is accurately portrayed, by the way, in the Oliver Stone film JFK. That epileptic seizure led to the clearing by the Dallas police of a path to Parkland Hospital, yet the individual never had an epileptic seizure. It was a white male who then walked away and was never treated. At the hospital, that path that was cleared conveniently, perhaps coincidentally, perhaps conspiratorially, cleared the path for Kennedy's car to go directly to Parkland Hospital. Also, we're going to take a look at how an Army intelligence agent named James Powell was in Dealey Plaza right at the site of this particular epileptic seizure. James Powell then became sealed in the Texas School Book Depository, and ultimately that on the orders. The Texas School Book Depository was sealed on the orders of Deputy Chief Lumpkin of Army Reserve Intelligence. James Powell, this Army intelligence agent, was sealed inside of the Texas School Book Depository, and then Dallas Police Lieutenant Revel ordered a search of the Texas School Book Depository, which miraculously turned up the Mannlicher Carcano rifle, which Oswald supposedly used to shoot Kennedy. We're going to take a look at how information was passed to the U.S. Stricom, as it's called. That was a Joint Army and Air Force command group to generate a quick, powerful strike force. It was located in Florida, would have been very prominently located for a U.S. attack on Cuba. And interestingly enough, a member of the Dallas Police Intelligence Unit named Stringfellow provided disinformation, as it turns out, to the U.S. Stricom on 11/22/63 that Oswald was part of an international conspiracy, that he had defected to Cuba and was a member of the Communist Party. And interestingly enough, the Army intelligence group which provided that to U.S. Stricom was the Fourth Army's 112th Intelligence Group, of which James Powell just happened to be a member. Revel's boss was a fellow named W.P. Ganaway, head of the SSB, the intelligence section of the Dallas Police Department. He also was an Army and Reserve intelligence agent, and he worked directly with a Secret Service officer named Winston Lawson to plan out President Kennedy's motorcade route, the security arrangements for it. Winston Lawson of the Secret Service was also an Army and Reserve intelligence agent, and Winston Lawson, according to numerous reports coming out of the Dallas police records, and contrary to his own testimony, ordered that two motorcycles, which were supposed to escort President Kennedy on either side of his limousine, were ordered to the back to follow behind him, thereby making Kennedy far more vulnerable to a crossfire. We're also going to take a look at a Detective Adamczyk, a Dallas policeman who was a member of the Army Reserve, and his role in coming across a rifle blanket in the garage of the Paynes, which also helped to frame Lee Harvey Oswald. We're going to take a look, too, at how the Dallas police recruited, or the Secret Service and Dallas police recruited additional help for President Kennedy's trip to Dallas, and we're going to take a look at how the attack on Adlai Stevenson, not a mortal attack, a few weeks previous, served as justification for the recruiting of additional help by the Dallas police and the Secret Service. It appears that Army intelligence agents may very well have been recruited to help out with this particular, with the security arrangements for Kennedy's Dallas trip. And there are certainly substantive indications that this Army intelligence, Army Reserve intelligence milieu, branching the Dallas police and the Secret Service, this appears to have been a central element at the operational level in the assassination of John Kennedy. It should be recalled that Deputy Chief Lumpkin, or we will note that Deputy Chief Lumpkin, who recruited Ilya Mamontov to serve as Marina Oswald's translator on 11/22/63, was recruited by Jack Alston Crichton, former employee of DeGolyer and McNaughton. Jack Alston Crichton, also an Army Reserve intelligence agent. What we're going to be doing for the duration of the broadcast is we are going to begin, I guess you could say, dollying back. We're going to widen the camera viewpoint, and we will begin by taking a look at the operation level. Again, how this White Russian petroleum Galen-related milieu functioned at the operational level, first in conjunction with elements of Army intelligence and Army Reserve intelligence at the street level with the Dallas police and Secret Service, and then we're going to begin dollying back. We're going to get a wider camera angle, so to speak, and we will begin looking at the functioning of this Galen-related petroleum industry White Russian milieu, and we're going to see how it begins to function in conjunction with larger and more significant political and economic elements. What we're going to look at next is the operation of this very same milieu in the context of something called a corporation, a major land operation called the Great Southwest Corporation, a joint Rockefeller and Wynn family operation. The Wynn family were very powerful industrialists and financiers in the Dallas area, and that they were also allied with the Murchisons, an even more powerful family. And we're going to take a look at this joint Wynn, spelled W-Y-N-N-E, by the way, joint Wynn Rockefeller operation, the Great Southwest Corporation, and how this same Galen petroleum-related milieu, this rollback or liberation milieu, functioned in connection with that. A fellow named James Martin, an employee of the Great Southwest Corporation, became Marina Oswald's manager. It was he who sold the bogus picture, the altered picture supposedly showing Lee Harvey Oswald with the rifle with which he supposedly shot John Kennedy, to Life magazine. He also recruited a veteran Cold Warrior related to the CIA named Isaac Don Levine to write Marina's story, and Isaac Don Levine predictably tried to link the assassination of JFK to a Soviet conspiracy. James Martin also recruited Ilya Mamontov, the same Ilya Mamontov who served as the translator on 11/22/63, to work for a subsequent translation, to conduct, I should say, subsequent translation of Marina's life story. Now, Marina was put in touch with the Great Southwest Corporation by the aforementioned Peter Gregory, again, part and parcel and an element of this Galen petroleum intelligence rollback or liberation theory milieu. After James Martin was fired as Marina's manager, his role was taken over by an attorney named William Mackenzie. William Mackenzie was an attorney with the law firm of Wynne, Jaffe, and Tinsley, which handled all of the legal work for the Great Southwest Corporation. William Mackenzie illegally coached Marina Oswald to provide details incriminating her husband, and William Mackenzie is a very interesting fellow. He resigned from Wynne, Jaffe, and Tinsley, again the law firm that handled the legal work for Great Southwest Corporation, two of whose employees, by the way, helped to corroborate, two of whose other employees helped to corroborate disinformation generated by Peter Gregory in the earlier translation of Marina. We're going to take a look at William Mackenzie and how he, in order to become Marina's manager, resigned from Wynne, Jaffe, and Tinsley and went to work as a law partner with a fellow named Pete White. Now, Pete White had been an assistant district attorney with William Mackenzie. He had helped clear Jack Ruby on an earlier gun charge in 1954. We're going to take a look at William Mackenzie and how he, in order to become Marina's manager, resigned from Wynne, Jaffe, and Tinsley and went to work as a law partner with a fellow named Pete White. Now, Pete White had been an assistant district attorney with William Mackenzie. He had helped clear Jack Ruby on an earlier gun charge in 1954, and we're going to take a look at the association between Pete White and William Mackenzie. It's worth noting that Pete White's address and phone number were in the notebook of Ruby's assistant, a guy named Larry Crawford, C-R-A-F-A-R-D. And we're going to take a look at Pete White, his association with Ruby, his association with William Mackenzie, the former Wynne, Jaffe, Tinsley attorney who became Marina's manager after James Martin was fired. And Pete White, interestingly enough, had previously been the law partner in 1962 of a fellow named Ivan Irvin and his son Ivan Irvins Jr., and though the Irvins were very much connected with the Hunt family, H.L. Hunt and Nelson Bunker Hunt. Irvin Sr. had worked as a publicity man, as a H.L. Hunt employee. He had also represented Nelson Bunker Hunt in connection with the wanted for treason ad that appeared in the Dallas Morning News on 11/22/63. We're going to take a look at a guy named Larry Schmidt of an organization called CUSA. He was brought over to the Dallas-Fort Worth area from Germany. He worked in conjunction with Edwin Walker, Major General Edwin Walker, who we've looked at, and the Hunt family. And it was his CUSA organization which raised the ruckus, the non-lethal attack on Adlai Stevenson, which served as the pretext for recruiting extra security for President Kennedy's trip to Dallas, including apparently Army intelligence and Army Reserve intelligence people who were involved in the assassination. Interestingly enough, the only person arrested from Larry Schmidt's CUSA organization in the Stevenson attack was a guy named Robert Hatfield. Robert Hatfield was represented by Pete White. It should be noted that the Nelson Bunker Hunt ad, which Ivan Irvin, the former law partner of Pete White, represented Nelson Bunker Hunt in connection with, was paid for by Larry Schmidt. It's worth noting that one of Schmidt's top assistants was a guy named Warren Carroll, a former CIA man who was also associated with H.L. Hunt, and the public relations work for CUSA. And by the way, Larry Schmidt was involved with some very powerful people, including former Joe McCarthy aide Robert Morris, a key member of the American Security Council that we looked at in our first couple of installments. It should be noted that the PR work for Larry Schmidt was handled by the Bedford Wynne public relations firm. Now, the reason we're taking a look at this step up in the hierarchical functions of this White Russian petroleum Galen-related liberation milieu is to begin seeing these operational elements in the context of the macro-political and macroeconomic, the context in which they function. We're going to take a look at the elements that they worked with, the elements that they represented, and what we look at here in this particular section By the way, we're going to be relying very heavily tonight on two magnificent manuscripts by Peter Dale Scott, both the Dallas Conspiracy and government documents in the JFK assassination, and we're going to see how this rollback or liberation milieu, a synthesis of organized crime, the intelligence community, the petroleum community, the American far right, the petroleum industry, the American far right, and some of these Galen-related imports, began functioning in the context of, and at the behest of, powerful corporate interests. That's why we're taking a look at how this milieu functioned in conjunction with the Great Southwest Corporation. Great Southwest, again, a joint Wynn-Rockefeller operation. After that, we're going to dolly back still more, and we're going to get a wider angle shot, and we're going to take a look at some of the many connections between a fellow named Robert Anderson, whom LBJ phoned just after John Kennedy's assassination, the many connections of Robert Anderson to the forces that were controlling the lives of Lee Harvey Oswald and Jack Ruby. Robert Anderson was a powerful oil industry lobbyist, was appointed by President Eisenhower to be Secretary of the Treasury. He has never been directly linked with the assassination, and I want to underscore that, but he was very close to LBJ. LBJ phoned him right after the assassination, perhaps in conjunction with it, and by looking at the numerous connecting links of Robert Anderson and LBJ, Robert Anderson, an associate of LBJ, to the forces that were controlling Lee Harvey Oswald and Jack Ruby, we will get yet a wider angle shot of the powerful political and corporate forces that were at work in this coup of 11/22/63, and that coup ultimately represented the triumph of rollback or liberation theory over containment theory. This next section is going to be very, very complicated because we're going to look at a staggering degree of overlapping capital participation and interlocking directorates between a number of different powerful corporate interests. We're going to take a look at the Wagner estate, that's Waggoner, of Dallas-Fort Worth. We're going to take a look, actually that was from Vernon, Texas, at the First National Bank of Dallas-Fort Worth. Two major defense contractors, one of them the LTV Corporation, the Ling Temco Vought Corporation, and General Dynamics. We're going to return to Dresser Industries, one of whose subsidiaries, Idaco, served as an apparent cover for George Bush. Certainly he was employed by Idaco, a subsidiary of Dresser Industries, and in that context he was helping to operate behind the Iron Curtain and to hustle Idaco's operations behind the Iron Curtain. And we will return once again to an essay called In the Company of Friends from the current issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin, and take a look at Dresser Industries and interlocking directorates between Dresser Industries, actually not interlocking directorate, but we're going to take a look at how the chairman of the board of Dresser Industries, a fellow named Henry Mallon, a close friend of George Bush's father, Prescott Sr., it was Henry Mallon who got George Bush his job with Idaco of Dresser Industries. One of the directors on that board was none other than Louis MacNaughton of DeGolyer and MacNaughton. That is one of the major elements that we've been looking at in connection with the White Russian Galen petroleum intelligence milieu, this rollback or liberation milieu that we've been focusing on for these many weeks. Again, Louis MacNaughton, who we looked at in our second installment, Louis MacNaughton was a director of Dresser Industries with Henry Neil Mallon. A couple of the other powerful corporate interests that we're going to be looking at as we once again dolly out, we're going to be taking a look at companies associated with the Loeb Roads operation. We're going to take a look again at the Great Southwest Corporation. Now, this section of the Dallas Conspiracy by Peter Dale Scott will seem, I suspect, will be very confusing. I'm not going to run down all of these connections in all of their details. Suffice it to say that the dizzying overlap between capital participants and people who were used at the operational level in one way or another in the events of 11/22/63, the interlocking directorates that we're going to look at, will hopefully serve to illustrate the powerful interests, the overlapping corporate and political and national security interests which were directing this particular liberation milieu, this rollback milieu that we're looking at, and it was at the behest of these interests and on behalf of these interests that the demand, the operational elements which we began looking at, were operating. Following that, we're going to dolly back still further, and having looked at the overlapping capital participation and interlocking directorates of many of the elements that controlled the lives of Jack Ruby, again, this by way of seeing the operational events of 11/22/63 within the macro-political and macroeconomic context in which they existed. We're going to dolly back still further, and we're going to take a look at how President Kennedy, the reversal of much of President Kennedy's policies by LBJ, not only helped to benefit some of the defense industries that we've touched on, such as General Dynamics and LTV, Ling, Temco, Vought, but we're going to take a look in particular at some of the most powerful corporate interests in America and how they were direct beneficiaries of the reversal of President Kennedy's Southeast Asia policy by his Vietnam policy by Lyndon Johnson. Specifically, we're going to take a look at Sakoni Mobil Oil, and a Mobil lobbyist, Southeast Asian lobbyist named William Henderson, and how he was a vocal spokesman for escalation of the Vietnam War, not the withdrawal that was being effected by President Kennedy before his assassination. And we're going to take a look at an address, an impassioned address for Vietnamese escalation that he gave at an organization called, at an address sponsored by the Association for Asian Studies. Now, this particular body of corporate academicians, many of whom, as we will see, had strong backgrounds in the intelligence community, this operates on behalf and intersects with some of the most powerful corporate interests in the United States. We're going to be taking a look again, as we began bringing the Rockefellers into focus with our look at the Great Southwest Corporation. That'll be the second major installment from the Peter Dale Scott manuscripts. We're going to take a look at the Rockefeller operations in a big way as we take a look at Sakoni Mobil, now known as Mobil Oil, and interlocking directorates with a number of major corporations, including IBM and General Dynamics. We're going to be taking a look at people like Alan Dulles, the corporate lawyer and a veteran U.S. intelligence operator who helped to forge the Christian West concept. We're going to take a look at Grayson Kirk, the president of Columbia University. And with this particular section of the discussion this evening, we will be taking a look at the highest level of the corporate echelon, I guess one could say, and how it benefited from the events of 11/22/63. And this will complete our dollying back. We will again begin by taking a look at how the rollback or liberation milieu, this White Russian Galen Petroleum intelligence milieu, functioned at the operational level in Dealey Plaza in conjunction with elements of Army intelligence and Army Reserve intelligence. And then we're going to dolly back a bit, take a look at the Great Southwest Corporation, how these same elements functioned in connection with that. And with the Great Southwest Corporation element of tonight's discussion, we're going to see how the synthesis of the radical right, this Galen milieu, petroleum industry, intelligence, how this begins to function in conjunction with and on behalf of more powerful corporate interests. And again, Great Southwest, a joint Wynn Rockefeller operation. We will dolly out still further and take a look at the dizzying tangle of intersections around Robert Anderson, whom LBJ phoned just after the JFK assassination. We're going to take a look at a broader angle shot of the corporate and political forces that were at work to destroy President Kennedy on 11/22/63, and on whose behalf this rollback or liberation milieu was functioning. And again, we will conclude by taking a look. We will conclude our examination of the Scott material by taking a look at some of the most powerful corporate interests in the United States. And yet again, even though we will be dollying back and looking at a much higher level of the corporate echelon, yet again the presence, almost omnipresence of the intelligence community will be quite evident here. We will be taking a look at major corporate operators such as Alan Dulles and others, and yet many of these academicians who presented papers at the Association for Asian Societies, bankrolled by, among others, the Rockefeller family and IBM, we're going to take a look at how many of these academicians had strong intelligence backgrounds. So even though we will be dollying back, and we will begin looking, raising the camera, so to speak, from the streets of Dealey Plaza in Dallas, Texas on 11/22/63. We will switch from Dealey Plaza to Wall Street. We will dolly back and see the larger forces that were at work. At the same time, we will remain with the intelligence community operating in conjunction with this milieu. Following that, we're going to touch on an interesting detail, possibly significant, possibly irrelevant, namely the connection between Michael Payne, one of the individuals introduced to the Oswalds, who along with his wife Ruth were babysitters for the Oswald family. We're going to take a look at his work for Bell Helicopter. He was one of the major R&D people with Bell Helicopter, in charge of R&D for Bell Aerospace, of which obviously Bell Helicopter was part, was none other than Walter Dornberger. And we took a look at Walter Dornberger, the military commander of Peenemünde Nordhausen, in last week's installment, and how he helped to play a role in creating the myth of the missile gap, one of the major elements of disinformation provided to the U.S. by the Galen Organization. The British had seen Walter Dornberger as a threat. They felt that he would always be dedicated to the resurrection of a German Reich, and it's interesting that Bell Helicopter benefited enormously from the Vietnam War, which was escalated drastically by Kennedy's assassination. Kennedy was pulling us out. After that, we're going to review again the work of Warren Commission counsel Wesley Liebler for the Wall Street law firm of Carter, Ledyard, and Milburn, for which Frank Wisner, a key U.S. operative and member of the Wall Street elite, worked. We're also going to take a look at the, quote, suicide, unquote, of a key person involved with editing the publications of the Army's Military Intelligence Service, namely a guy named Garrett Underhill, who identified the culprits in John Kennedy's assassination as a CIA faction involved with gun running and drug trafficking. And we will also take a look at the participation on the Warren Commission of Allen Dulles and John J. McCloy. And interestingly enough, we will conclude this evening by taking a look at the role of none other than good old Frank Wisner, the same person who brought the Bandera people into the United States under the auspices of the Office of Policy Coordination. And we're going to take a look at his role in helping to rebut a paper, an article in the London Times by Hugh Trevor Roper, which pointed out the obvious fallacies in the Warren report. So Frank Wisner, 2 years before his, quote, suicide, unquote, even though he was very troubled, he too was working along with some of his old Wall Street, OSS, and CIA buddies like Allen Dulles to cover up the assassination of John Kennedy. Next week, in the final installment of RFA 37, we're going to take the rollback and liberation milieu all the way up through the Ronald Reagan and Bush administrations, which we will examine in the context of those administrations as the ultimate fulfillment of rollback or liberation theory, and as the ultimate realization of the doctrine that was laid down in NSC 68. So that, in a nutshell, is what we have on tap for this evening. That's why we're going up to midnight. I'm going to take a musical break, and then we will come back with the main substance of tonight's program. We're going to proceed now with the next installment, the next to last installment of Radio Free America number 37, How the United States Lost the Second World War. Now, we began this long archive show in late July, and for the benefit of those who eventually hear this on tape, today is August 30th of 1992. We began the program by taking a look at the operations of an intelligence petroleum industry milieu in the assassination of John Kennedy. This particular milieu involved people deeply involved with the petroleum industry as well as the intelligence community and how they functioned in connection with the assassination of John Kennedy. We began looking at this because George Bush was part and parcel to this milieu. He may have been involved in the actual assassination of John Kennedy in some way. Certainly there are indications that he may have been. He was definitely involved with the milieu that was part and parcel to Kennedy's assassination. And when he became director of the CIA in 1976, he was certainly involved with helping to frustrate congressional investigations into the possible intelligence connections of both Lee Harvey Oswald and Jack Ruby. After looking at this milieu in our first installment, we went into it at greater length and in greater depth in our second installment, and specifically we took a look at how this particular milieu intersected with the Nazi Eastern Front spy outfit that the U.S. took in at the end of World War II. This particular milieu, the organization of Reinhard Gehlen, functioned in a very important way in the assassination of John Kennedy. Now, Reinhard Gehlen was Hitler's chief of intelligence for the Eastern Front in World War II, and his organization, Fremde Heere Ost, or Foreign Armies East, jumped to the CIA at the end of World War II, became the CIA's Department of Russian and Eastern European Affairs. It then became the de facto NATO intelligence organization, and finally it was incorporated as the West German Intelligence Service, the BND, the Bundesnachrichtendienst, and it continued to function as the main organ for CIA information on that part of the world for even when it became the BND. That organization provided the vehicle for the infiltration of thousands of SS and Gestapo veterans into the U.S. intelligence system in one manner or another, and one of the dominant operating concepts of Radio Free America 37 is the Gehlen organization as basically a Trojan horse, as the vehicle for effecting not the military conquest but the political conquest of the United States. That's why we are looking at this program. That's why it is entitled How the United States Lost the Second World War. Now remember, a very important concept was one that was enunciated by the Prussian military theoretician von Clausewitz. He said that war is the continuation of policy or politics by other means. You will see it translated both ways. What we're looking at this evening is the reverse of that. Namely, we are looking at politics or policy as the continuation of war by other means. And what we will wind up with next week is by taking a look at how ultimately the incorporation of the Gehlen organization into the United States, its effect on American and world politics, ultimately resulted in the defeat of the United States. Even though we have a powerful military, we are in terrible shape economically, and the Cold War did not, it's been said that we won the Cold War. Well, the Soviet Union certainly lost it, but I think one could hardly say that we won. In our second installment, we began to take a look at the historical development of the events that led not only to the Gehlen organization, but also to the participation of Gehlen-related elements in the assassination of John Kennedy. And again, we took a look at George Bush's central place in this particular milieu, whatever his possible involvement with the JFK assassination proper might have been. We began looking at, in our third installment, I should say, at the Third Reich's plans to go underground and survive what they understood early on would be their military defeat in World War II. In that context, we looked at several important concepts. First of all, we took a look at how the Third Reich, and the Nazi Party in particular, had learned to use anti-communism, the fear of communism, as a vehicle for conquest. That is a central element and should be borne in mind as we examine the things that grew out of World War II. Also, remember that we took a look at the German industrialists' plans to hook up with many of their counterparts in the Western industrial nations, the United States in particular, in a number of archive shows: Uncle Sam and the Swastika, Uncle Sam and Il Duce, the first two Radio Free America shows, Radio Free America program number 10, and others. We took a look at how many American industrialists and financiers cooperated actively, both economically and some of them politically, with the Third Reich. And that transatlantic industrial and financial axis is central to the development of the working hypothesis at the core of Radio Free America 37. Now, one of the things that we looked at in our fourth installment was the development of what is known as the Christian West concept, and we're going to begin looking at that again this evening. Basically, the Christian West concept was a Third Reich plan for surviving World War II, the more noxious elements of the Third Reich, specifically Hitler and the racial theories and activities, prejudicial activities of the Third Reich would be cast aside, ostensibly at least, and a resurrected Reich, or a survived Reich, would function in conjunction with the United States, Britain, and France in what would be known as the Christian West, a sustained Germany, a sustained Reich, even an expanded Reich, would remain as a key element of an anti-Soviet coalition that would, again, involve Germany, minus ostensibly at least Hitler. It would involve the United States, Britain, and France. And this concept, the Christian West concept, was hammered out during the course of World War II by German and American intelligence operatives, and the operatives on both sides were centrally involved with this transatlantic industrial and financial axis that I have looked at in so many different archive shows, such as the ones enumerated above. On the American side, the main name is Allen Dulles. Allen Dulles, along with his brother John Foster Dulles, was a senior partner, a major partner, I should say, in the Wall Street law firm of Sullivan and Cromwell. That firm and both Dulles brothers deeply involved with this transatlantic financial and industrial axis that helped support fascism, and I use the term axis advisedly here. On the German side, the main names are Gero von Gewernitz and a fellow named Prince Max von Hohenlohe. Gewernitz acting on behalf of the Canaris organization, German military intelligence, and Hohenlohe on behalf of the Sicherheitsdienst, the SS intelligence service, Amt 6 of which was headed up by Walter Schellenberg. Schellenberg, by the way, was very close to Gehlen. This Christian West concept, this coalition between a Hitlerless Reich, so to speak, and the United States and the other Western allies, served as the basic concept from which not only the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, but also the economic cooperation, to the extent that it has occurred between Germany and the United States, primarily also Britain and France. The Christian West concept, again a Third Reich contingency plan for surviving World War II, was put into effect. Again, Allen Dulles, the main name, on the American side functioning as the Bern, Switzerland OSS representative. The OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, was America's World War II intelligence service. And Gero von Gewernitz, recall, one of the main German representatives, himself very close to the Stinnes interests. Gero von Gewernitz was very much involved with helping to interest General Siebert in Reinhard Gehlen, the Nazi Eastern Front intelligence chief. And Gehlen's organization, very close to the SS hierarchy, the Sicherheitsdienst, the SS intelligence service in particular, was incorporated at the very core of the Christian West concept and beyond, and its ultimate evolution, namely NATO. We took a look after that last week at some of the profound effects of the Gehlen organization on American history and world history during the Cold War period. First of all, we began looking at the enormous distortions which the Gehlen organization gave the United States of the enormously distorted picture which the Gehlen organization gave the United States of Soviet intentions and capabilities. Soviet military capabilities and their political intentions were greatly exaggerated and deliberately exaggerated by Gehlen. This had the effect of doing what Hitler and Himmler had sought to do during World War II proper, namely of alienating the Soviet Union and the Western allies and putting them at loggerheads. Bear in mind that as we looked at, even after the formal conclusion of hostilities in World War II, Reinhard Gehlen was reporting to not only Admiral von Dönitz, who succeeded Hitler, but also Franz Halder, the chief of staff of the Third Reich. Basically, the Nazi high command was still operant even after World War II, and Gehlen operating in connection with that. One of the ways that the Gehlen organization profoundly affected American and world history was by heightening the Cold War, giving the U.S., again, a drastically exaggerated picture of what the Soviet Union was up to and what it was capable of doing militarily and politically. After that, we took a look at the genesis of liberation or rollback theory of fighting the Cold War. We took a look at how an organization, a CIA domestic organization called the CFF, the Crusade for Freedom, was instrumental in introducing many of these same Galen-related Eastern European elements into leadership roles in various American political organizations, and in particular in leadership roles in the many ethnic communities that were powerful, quite powerful, in the context of American urban politics. Ultimately, rollback or liberation theory, which began as a Third Reich political and psychological warfare technique, evolved into a main element of American political thinking in the Cold War period as a result of the actions of the CFF and their introduction not only of Galen-related personnel, but of Third Reich political and psychological warfare theory, namely rollback or liberation theory, into mainstream American political and strategic thinking. Ultimately, rollback or liberation theory evolved into a major campaign theme in 1952, and the Republican campaign, Eisenhower's successful 1952 campaign, rested in large part on the Republican Party's adoption of rollback or liberation theory. It should be noted that under Eisenhower, John Foster Dulles became Secretary of State, again senior partner in Sullivan and Cromwell, and Allen Dulles became director of the CIA. What we're going to look at this evening is the broader political and economic context in which these elements operated. Again, in examining the activities of the Galen Organization, both in the immediate post-World War II period on up through the 50s, and in examining the operation of this Galen-related liberation milieu that we looked at in our first two installments of this archive show, it should always be understood that the Galen Organization and its related elements did not operate in a vacuum. Far from it. The profound effect that the Galen Organization exerted on American and world history was precisely because of the nature of the relationships between that organization and the larger political and economic forces that it was working with. As Victor Marchetti, again a former Soviet affairs specialist with the CIA, noted in the book Blowback, which we're going to return to, basically the agency, the CIA, fed Galen's material to the newspapers, to the White House, to Congress, and they loved it. And what we're going to look at this evening is the larger political and economic context in which the Galen Organization was able to operate and through which it was able to have the enormous effect on American and world history that it wound up having. We're going to begin by taking a look once again at a section of the book Blowback. This book is subtitled America's Recruitment of Nazis and Its Effect on the Cold War. That's authored by Christopher Simpson, S-I-M-P-S-O-N. And it was published in hardcover by Weidenfeld and Nicholson, W-E-I-D-E-N-F-E-L-D, N-I-C-O-L-S-O-N, hardcover edition, copyrighted 1988. We're going to return again to the CFF and its role in introducing rollback or liberation theory into American political and strategic thinking. Now, a very important name here is the name Paul Nitze, N-I-T-Z-E. He is an individual who began to played a key role in setting in motion the events which resulted in the CFF introducing both Galen-related elements and the rollback or liberation theory, the genesis of which took place with the Third Reich, into American society. And what we're going to look at in the first part of the broadcast this evening is the political and economic forces that, at the behest of which, I should say, Paul Nitze and the CFF and the liberation theory and the resulting milieu were functioning on behalf of. Basically, we're going to look at the political and economic forces which, at least in their own view, necessitated the activities of Galen, the adoption of his viewpoints, and the introduction of Galen-related elements and thinking into American society as a result of the CFF. Now, I want to underscore here, too, that what we're looking at is a series of political events that took place during the Truman administration. As we shall see, the Christian West concept, liberation theory, has actually functioned to a large extent as a bipartisan concept. It has affected the Democratic Party as well, though to a much lesser extent. But we will see rollback or liberation theory and its effects evolving constantly through both Democratic and Republican administrations. Reading now from Blowback by Christopher Simpson about the CFF, the Crusade for Freedom, a CIA domestic operation, and how it was involved with the genesis of rollback or liberation theory in the United States. Simpson writes, "At the time, however, it seemed to many that the only possible response to the crisis precipitated by Korea and the Soviet atomic tests was a major escalation of U.S. weapons programs coupled with intensified clandestine campaigns to undermine Soviet rule everywhere it had been established. The price tag for the U.S. arms buildup, according to Paul Nietzsche, who drafted most of the main policy statements on the issue, was some $50 billion, almost 3 times the then existing U.S. military budget. The real question for U.S. policymakers of the day," write Walter Isaacson and Evan Thomas in their study of American foreign policy formulation, The Wise Men, quote, "was whether Congress and the administration would pay for it. The public had to be persuaded. The way to do that, Nietzsche knew from experience, was to scare them, to tell them that the Soviets were intent on world domination, that they were poised to attack, and that the U.S. had to meet them everywhere," unquote. It was in this context that the CIA launched a major propaganda effort in the United States. Despite a legal prohibition against domestic activities by the agency, it initiated a multi-million-dollar publicity project in this country called the Crusade for Freedom. Skipping down, in reality, one of the most important reasons for the CFF was to bring to America the analysis of foreign affairs that had been developed by the National Committee for a Free Europe, interrupting that's also a CIA operation, and by the CIA. The CFF became a, quote, gigantic nationwide drive, unquote, as former Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty director Sig Mickelson has put it, quote, to obtain support for the activities of the Free Europe Committee, unquote. Mickelson, by the way, is Mickelson. Continuing. The basic message of that analysis was a more aggressive, hard-hitting version of the containment doctrine that would soon come to be known as, quote, liberation, unquote. Now again, in our last installment, we took a look at the evolution of liberation theory. It began as a Third Reich psychological and political warfare strategy. It evolved into a major American psychological and political warfare strategy, and ultimately evolved into a major element of broad-based American political thinking, becoming, in effect, a central theme of the Republicans' 1952 campaign. What we're going to look at now is the larger political and economic context in which the CFF campaign. Now, bear in mind that the military expenditures that people in the late 40s and 50s saw as necessary were 3 times the existing U.S. military budget, and one of the major reasons for the activities of the CFF and the generation of liberation theory and its evolution that I've outlined so far, the rationale for that, the perceived reason, was to convince the American people, to scare them, basically, and to propagandize them in such a way as they would go along with these enormous military expenditures. We're going to take a look now at the activities of Paul Nietzsche in drawing up a very, very important document called National Security Council Memorandum 68, or NSC 68, a very important historical document and one that we will come back to next week. For our analysis of NSC 68, we're going to turn to Covert Action Information Bulletins, issue number 41 from the summer of 1992. By the way, those of you who would like to secure covert action information bulletin. If you're unable to find it on your newsstands, you can subscribe. It is a quarterly. It is the best single periodical dealing exclusively with the U.S. intelligence community. Covert Action Information Bulletin is at 1500 Massachusetts Avenue, Northwest, number 732, Washington, D.C., 20005. Covert Action Information Bulletin, 1500 Massachusetts Avenue, Northwest, number 732, Washington, D.C., 20005. And again, the issue we're dealing with here is Covert Action Information Bulletin number 41, the issue from the summer of 1992. We're going to take a look at an article by Doug Henwood, Henwood, entitled "The U.S. Economy, the Enemy Within." And what we're going to be looking at here, again, are the larger economic and political forces within which the Galen organization was operating, and central to the analysis that I will be giving here of Doug Henwood's excellent article is the Christian West concept and how NSC 68 functioned in connection with the Christian West concept. Again, a Third Reich contingency plan for surviving the war involving the merging of a Hitlerless Reich into an anti-Soviet coalition with Germany as the keystone, involving the United States and the other Western allies. This became the seed concept not only for NATO, but again for the economic cooperation to the extent that it occurred between U.S., Germany, and the other Western nations. NSC 68, as we will see, necessitated the scare tactics, both the grossly exaggerated view of the Soviet Union presented by Galen, what Marchetti referred to as hyped-up Russian boogeyman junk, and we will also take a look at how the CFF propaganda campaign, resulting in the interjection of a rollback or liberation theory into the American political mainstream, how this was necessitated by NSC 68 and the view that massive military spending was central to not only American economic life and political life, but also to that of the world as a whole, and how such massive military spending would be seen would ultimately bring down the Soviet Union. And indeed, we can see the seeds, the results, to a certain extent anyway, of NSC 68 in the current situation, because over the decades, the U.S. military spending, the enormous arms budgets, did indeed bankrupt the Soviet Union, and the Reagan military buildup in particular dealt it its death blow. Reading now from Doug Henwood's article about NSC 68, The U.S. Economy, the Enemy Within. Skipping down, talking about the planners of the Cold War. Reading the planners' original designs is a remarkable experience in these days of their triumph. No document is more remarkable than NSC 68, National Security Council Memorandum 68, written by Paul Nietzsche, with Secretary of State Dean Acheson, quote, looking over his shoulder, unquote. Each part in the neat structure of the global political economy reinforced the whole. Constant global military mobilization would stimulate the U.S. economy, lubricate global trade, bind the other capitalist powers to the U.S. in a subsidiary role, fuel the ideological crackdown on radical thought, and eventually destroy the Soviet Union. Although the Cold Warriors got what they wished, their self-congratulatory cheers ring increasingly hollow. The artful structure has broken down and been replaced with something incoherent. I would add, obviously, although some of their goals were realized at this point, although the U.S. economy is central to the world economy, that we are not the strongest economy at this point, although the world economy as a whole is threatened. Now, the first element of the analysis of NSC 68, presented by Doug Henwood, was the view on the part of American policymakers, Nietzsche and Dean Acheson, then Truman's Secretary of State in particular, that with the conclusion of the Marshall Plan in 1952, a world and U.S. economic slowdown, if not a second Great Depression, might occur. Henwood writes as follows. In the late 1940s, The triumphs and their sober repercussions were hard to imagine. Washington had inherited the imperial role the British finally lost during the war, but there was no guarantee the U.S. could hold on to the prize. Various insurgencies, some communist, some merely nationalist, threatened the dream of a world hierarchically organized under U.S. power. With memories of the 1930s still fresh, capitalism's prestige was fairly low and the appeal of socialism quite high in both a third and first worlds. Militant unions and other domestic insurgencies plagued the U.S. elite. Fears that the Depression would soon return were deepened among those who understood that the Marshall Plan had failed to revive world trade. This view of the Marshall Plan as a failure is, of course, contrary to the myths of official history. Atchison described the many problems with the strategy to his boss, Harry Truman, in a secret memo. Quote, "Unless vigorous steps are taken, the reduction and eventual termination of extraordinary foreign assistance, i.e. the Marshall Plan, will create economic problems at home and abroad of increasing severity. If this is allowed to happen, U.S. exports, including the key commodities on which our most efficient agricultural and manufacturing industries are heavily dependent, will be sharply reduced, with serious repercussions on our domestic economy. European countries and friendly areas in the Far East and elsewhere will be unable to obtain basic necessities which we now supply to an extent that will threaten their political stability. Put in its simplest terms, the problem is this. As the ERP, the European Recovery Program, the Marshall Plan's official name, is reduced, and after its termination in 1952, how can Europe and other areas of the world obtain the dollars necessary to pay for a high level of United States exports, which is essential both to their own basic needs and to the well-being of the United States economy?" Unquote. Henwood goes on to say, NSC 68 was to answer that and many other questions. He then begins his hard analysis of NSC 68. Short of deeply radical reform, only massive government spending could avert a second depression. But what kind of spending? A 1949 Business Week editorial went to the heart of the matter. Quote, "Military spending doesn't really alter the structure of the economy. It goes through the regular channels. But the kind of welfare and public works spending that Truman plans does alter the economy. It makes new channels of its own. It creates new institutions. It redistributes income. It shifts demand from one industry to another. It changes the whole economic pattern. That's its object." Unquote. Although Truman's domestic spending schemes proved much less dramatic and transformative than Business Week feared, quote, "regular channels," unquote, were about to be flooded with a fresh military cash flow. There was plenty of opposition from classically conservative Republicans, isolationist partisans of extremely limited government, to what was about to happen. A sustained international military buildup would threaten budgetary orthodoxy. At the same time, it vastly increased the scope and power of the U.S. government at home and abroad. Old-style conservatives didn't want a huge army and a permanent spy service. The next couple of sentences are very important. That's why Nietzsche stuffed his memo, i.e. NSC 68, my interjection beginning again, that's why Nietzsche stuffed his memo full of the kind of rhetoric that would become commonplace in political speech for the next 40 years. Quote, "The grim oligarchy of the Kremlin," unquote, running their, quote, "slave state," unquote, hell-bent on world domination against the good guys, the U.S., the, quote, "free society," unquote, summoned to the, again quoting, "responsibility of world leadership," unquote. Interrupting briefly now, this rhetoric and this viewpoint, essentially it is the underlying rationale for not only the grossly exaggerated view of Soviet intentions and capabilities that the Galen Organization gave us, and which were welcomed, as Marchetti noted, by powerful elements of American society, but also the introduction into American society, courtesy of the CFF, of liberation theory. Basically, it served as a political and a psychological warfare component to the perceived need, as enunciated in NSC 68, for what was in effect a massive program of military Keynesianism, of government priming of the economy through military spending. Continuing with Henwood's analysis. Aside from the old white hats versus black hats chestnut, several themes recur throughout the rambling memo. One is a variation on the comparative economist's classic formulation that the characteristic crisis of the Soviet-style economics was shortage, while that of the advanced capitalist economies is surplus. Too many goods, not enough money in the right hands. Begin those last sentences again. One is a variation on the comparative economist's classic formulation that the characteristic crisis of the Soviet-style economies was shortage, while that of the advanced capitalist economies is surplus. Too many goods, not enough money in the right hands. Or as NSC 68 put it, there were, quote, grounds for predicting that the United States and other free nations will, within a period of a few years at most, experience a decline in economic activity of serious proportions, unquote, without government intervention. Again quoting, if a dynamic expansion of the economy were achieved, unquote, the memo suggested, again quoting, the necessary buildup could be accomplished without a decrease in the national standard of living, unquote. The arms buildup, then, could help solve in ideologically convenient terms the characteristic crisis of U.S.-style capitalism. But an arms buildup would hurt the USSR, which was already, quote, being drawn upon close to the maximum possible extent, unquote, thereby leaving it even more vulnerable to its characteristic crisis, that of chronic shortage. The last sentence again, and by the way, we will see in this sentence the genesis of the full court press strategy, which we looked at in a big way in Radio Free America program number 36, the destabilization of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. We will touch briefly on the full court press strategy next week as well. The last sentence again, but an arms buildup would hurt the USSR, which was already, quote, being drawn upon close to the maximum possible extent, unquote, thereby leaving it even more vulnerable to its characteristic crisis, that of chronic shortage. This economic squeeze was one front in the strategy of containment which, rather than a doctrine of resisting expansion, the public explanation, was actually a, quote, calculated and gradual coercion, unquote, to, as an earlier memo quoted in NSC 68 put it, again quoting, reduce the power and influence of the USSR. Last couple of sentences again, as we're looking at here in NSC 68, under the Truman administration, the genesis of what, under the Reagan administration decades later, was to become the full court press strategy. This economic squeeze was one front in the strategy of containment which, rather than a doctrine of resisting expansion, the public explanation, was actually a, quote, calculated and gradual coercion, unquote, to, as an earlier memo quoted in NSC 68 put it, again quoting, reduce the power and influence of the USSR, unquote. In other words, U.S. military spending would ultimately break the back of an already faltering Soviet economy, which of course it did. However, NSC 68 did not envision that it would do the same thing ultimately to us. We're better off than the Soviet Union, but we're in bad shape, and it's almost certain to get worse. The next paragraph that Doug Henwood goes into here, and again, this is NSC 68, under the Truman administration, also anticipates directly a major covert action strategy that was implemented in the destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe that I delineated in Radio Free America 36, namely the stimulation of nationalism and the impetus to aid would-be breakaway republics in the Soviet Union. This was, as we looked at in numerous Radio Free America shows, programs 14 and 15, Radio Free America 36, and in installment number 2 of Radio Free America 37, this was the goal of the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, a key element of the World Anti-Communist League, a key element of this Galen intelligence petroleum-related milieu that we looked at in connection with the assassination of John Kennedy, and of which George Bush was a major part. And ultimately, the goals of the ABN, formed in 1943 under the auspices of Adolf Hitler, were realized with the breakup of the Soviet Union. And here again, just as we see the genesis of the full court press strategy, which we found, saw its culmination under the Reagan administration, we saw its genesis in NSC 68 under the Truman administration. So the ultimate tactic of stimulating nationalism, which ultimately was to result in the destabilization of not only the destabilization of the USSR, but its ultimate dissolution, we see its genesis in NSC 68 as well. Henwood writes, another coercive opportunity, the memo presciently noted, was the wonderfully corrosive potential of nationalism, which could eat away at both the internal stability of the USSR and its relations with its satellites. Again, another coercive opportunity, the memo presciently noted, was the wonderfully corrosive potential of nationalism, which could eat away at both the internal stability of the USSR and its relations with its satellites. In the next segment of Henwood's analysis of NSC 68, he also points out that the program that was to be put into effect by NSC 68 would also entail the suppression of political forces at home, by definition, political repression at home as well. Henwood writes, of course, the USSR wasn't the only problem facing Washington's planning elite. There was the fact that the, quote, ideological pretensions of the Kremlin were another great source of strength, unquote, in what would later be called the Third World. The very existence of the Soviet Union was proof that there was more than one way to organize economic society, and the, quote, vulnerable segments of society have been impressed by what has been plausibly portrayed to them as the rapid advance of the USSR from a backward society to a position of great world power, unquote. A booming U.S. economy, powered by military spending, would be a powerful antidote to the seductiveness of the USSR. U.S. domestic unrest threatened this boom. The post-war wave of union militancy and other dangers of democracy, such as, quote, doubts and diversities, unquote, and again quoting, the rights and privileges that free men enjoy, unquote, were viewed as opportunities for the Kremlin to do quote, opportunities for the Kremlin to do its evil work, unquote. The planners saw the need to, quote, reconcile order, security, the need for participation with the requirements of freedom, unquote. Those requirements, as defined by the memo, seemed in fact to be less freedom and more, quote, sacrifice and discipline, unquote. Economic growth might take the edge off the financial costs of the military buildup, but could not repay the loss of civil liberty. And here again, I think we can see a foreshadowing and perhaps the foundation for the tremendous crackdown on personal freedom which took place under the Reagan and Bush administrations, despite their florid rhetoric to the contrary. Reagan and Bush promised to get big government off of people's backs, and what they managed to do was to get it into their bladders and bloodstreams as well. There has never been such a serious erosion of the Constitution and our basic civil liberties as there has been in the last 12 years. Continuing. In the next section that I'm going to read, Henwood basically delineates the major points of NSC 68. He writes, the memo winds down with a set of recommendations, a quote, a substantial increase in military expenditures, a quote, substantial increase in military assistance programs, and again quoting, some increase in economic aid to our allies in the anti-Soviet crusade, a mass propaganda campaign to, quote, build and maintain confidence, unquote, on our side, and so, quote, mass defections on theirs, covert economic, political, and psychological warfare, tighter internal security, and beefed-up intelligence. In the short term, it could all be financed by lower consumption and higher taxes, but the growth it stimulated could make the process nearly painless. And although obviously we can see in NSC 68 the foundations for much of the Reagan and Bush administration's successful prosecution of the Cold War as far as eliminating the Soviet Union, as we can also see that not everything worked out in the way the planners felt it would. It financed by lower consumption and higher taxes, and the growth it stimulated could make the process nearly painless. Well, it ain't painless anymore, folks. We're going to come back to NSC 68 next week, But let's stop at this point and take a look at what we're seeing here, basically. In the first place, with the termination of the Marshall Plan, which itself should be viewed in the context of the Christian West concept, again, a Third Reich contingency plan to survive the war involving a Hitlerless Germany as the keystone of a European and American anti-Soviet coalition, the Christian West concept, again developed by intelligencers on both the Allied, particularly American and German side, both groups of intelligencers very strongly connected to the transatlantic financial and industrial axis, which is central to the thesis we're looking at. With the Christian West concept, I think we can see how the Marshall Plan fits into that from an economic standpoint as well as a political standpoint. And again, Dean Acheson and Paul Nietzsche viewed the termination of the Marshall Plan as potentially threatening because it would, at least in their prognostications, it would not only weaken the European economies, i.e. the European elements of the Christian West, but it also would very possibly weaken the U.S. economy as well, because it would reduce the flow of dollars that the Europeans needed to continue to consume American goods and keep the U.S. economy going. Now, what NSC 68 envisioned, and obviously this was put into effect, was massive U.S. military spending, a form of military Keynesianism, to use the government spending to prime the economic pumps. This was viewed in several ways. First of all, it was viewed as a way of avoiding an economic downturn or a depression in the United States. It was viewed as a vehicle for stimulating the other economies as well by basically generating a flow of dollars abroad and a certain amount of expansion abroad. I would also note that Japan, and just as parenthetically, as Henwood notes elsewhere, Japan's economic growth was in many ways primed by the Korean War and greatly aided by the Vietnam War as well. So this was at least partially a successful strategy as far as the Japanese were concerned. Obviously, it's come back to haunt us in a considerable way. But again, NSC 68 and the massive military spending it proposed was seen as a way of avoiding an economic downturn, primarily for the United States, but also for the other nations of the, quote, Christian West, unquote, after the termination of the Marshall Plan. Beyond that, it was seen as a vehicle for breaking the back of the Soviet Union by straining past the breaking point of their already weakened economy. And so in this context, we can see with NSC 68 the genesis and the foundation of the full-court press strategy, which we looked at in a big way in Radio Free America number 36, and which we will touch on again. Also, in NSC 68, we see the plans to stimulate nationalism both in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe as a way of stimulating and promoting the breakup and dissolution of the Soviet Union. Here again, we can see the genesis or foundation for the policy which was put into effect with the destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, and which ultimately had its fruition successful fruition with the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the secession of some of the non-Russian republics. And again, that was the ultimate goal of the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, a key element in the generation of liberation or rollback theory. And we took a look at the role of the ABN and other Galen-related elements in this liberation milieu, this intelligence, petroleum, national security milieu that we looked at in the first two installments of RFA 37. Also, in NSC 68, we see the plans to stimulate nationalism both in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe as a way of stimulating and promoting the breakup and dissolution of the Soviet Union. Here again, we can see the genesis or foundation for the policy which was put into effect with the destabilization of the USSR and Eastern Europe, and which ultimately had its fruition successful fruition with the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the secession of some of the non-Russian republics. And again, that was the ultimate goal of the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, a key element in the generation of liberation or rollback theory. And we took a look at the role of the ABN and other Galen-related elements in this liberation milieu, this intelligence, petroleum, national security milieu that we looked at in the first two installments of RFA 37. We also took a look at the plans to suppress domestic dissent. We need to, quote, reconcile order and security, the need for participation with the requirements of freedom, unquote. That is an obvious euphemism for domestic repression. And beyond that, we saw that something that was viewed as essential for the successful realization of NSC 68 was, quote, a mass propaganda campaign to, quote, build and maintain confidence on our side, and so, quote, mass defections, unquote, on theirs, covert economic, political, and psychological warfare, tighter internal security, and beefed-up intelligence. Well, the mass propaganda campaign basically is the CFF operations inside of the United States, which resulted in this profound evolution of a Third Reich psychological and political warfare technique and theory into the evolution of a dominant element of American political and strategic thinking in the post-World War II period. And what we're looking at with NSC 68 is the economic and political rationale, the economic and political context in which the Gehlen organization was able to function, because obviously the scare tactics that the Gehlen org generated vis-a-vis its exaggerations of the Soviet intentions and capabilities, and the translation of Gehlen/Third Reich political thinking into American society as a result of the CFF and its role in the genesis of rollback or liberation theory, these served the needs of the American political and economic planners behind NSC 68, such as Paul Nietzsche, to, quote, scare the American people, to propagandize them in such a way as to make them receptive to the enormous military spending. And here again, we are looking at the political and economic context in the political and economic forces in the context of the Christian West concept. Again, Third Reich concept evolves into NATO and the economic cooperation between member nations. The Christian West concept ultimately is the context in which the Gehlen organization was able to begin to exert the profound effect on American and world society that it exerted precisely as a result of its interaction with some of the political and economic forces that we've looked at in NSC 68 and that we will be looking at in great detail and at considerable length this evening. And again, I want to emphasize that we should not look at the Gehlen organization. Again, a Trojan horse in the United States is operating in a vacuum. It did represent the vehicle, in my opinion, and I think I can back that up rather substantially during the course of this broadcast when we see its resolution. It did serve as the vehicle for the conquest of the United States, for, in essence, the victory of the Third Reich. Many years after the formal conclusions of World War II, the formal conclusion of World War II, but it did so by turning around the von Clausewitz principle. Again, von Clausewitz said war is the continuation of politics by other means. What we're looking at is politics as the continuation of war by other means. We're going to turn again to the book Blowback, and we're going to take a look at the Eisenhower administration and again review a short passage that we looked at last week. And even though liberation theory, liberation approach, rollback theory became a major component of the 1952 presidential or electoral campaigns, both at the presidential and congressional level, and even though veteran U.S. intelligencer John Frenchy Grombach, Grombach, exerted tremendous pressure through Joe McCarthy and a Nazi intelligence network that had freelanced worked on contract for John Grombach on behalf of the CIA and State Department, and then worked privately on behalf of Grombach and McCarthy to provide dirt on Eisenhower appointees, this by way of driving Eisenhower administration policies in the direction promoted by, or desired, I should say, by Joe McCarthy and related elements. Eisenhower, in spite of all of this, remained basically devoted politically to containment rather than rollback theory. Christopher Simpson describes that as follows in the book Blowback. But despite the Republicans' public attacks on Truman's containment policy, Eisenhower's election had been a victory for the Republican establishment, not for the radical right. The Republicans did not have a substantially new strategy for dealing with the Soviets beyond a tendency to use harsher rhetoric than the Democrats. George Kennan's containment theories may have seemed like part of the problem to most liberation advocates, but his thinking on clandestine political warfare against the Soviets was most welcome to Eisenhower and dominated the scene at the Solarian strategy conferences. Eisenhower himself personally endorsed Kennan's stratagems, his analysis of East-West affairs, and the former diplomat himself. So obviously, as we've seen, the Eisenhower administration, for all of the liberation rhetoric, did not basically adopt liberation theory for all of the impetus, all of the pressure upon it to do that. What we're going to take a look at now, again turning to the book Blowback, is a further view of the evolution of rollback or liberation theory and the rollback or liberation milieu, which we saw taking power by force of arms on November 22, 1963 in Dallas, Texas, with the assassination of John Kennedy. And we're going to look at now the momentum built up by the rollback or liberation theory and the events leading immediately up to the successful coup of November 22, 1963. Christopher Simpson writes in Blowback, by the way, the ACEN that you're going to be hearing about here is the Assembly of Captive European Nations. That is another CIA-financed and CIA-operated group. Simpson writes, the government-financed ACEN and its partially interlocked ally, the anti-Bolshevik nations, gradually coalesced into a faction of the far right wing of the Republican and, to a lesser degree, Democratic parties. By 1960, this captive nations movement had used the support it enjoyed in the media and in conservative circles to garner a measure of real power. Its annual parade committee in New York that year was endorsed by 84 senators and congressmen. Conservative heavyweights such as William F. Buckley, Jr., Sidney Hook, and Fred Schlafly, S-C-H-L-A-F-L-Y, openly promoted the event. By the way, Fred Schlafly, of course, is the husband of Phyllis Schlafly, the anti-ERA activist, whose sainted visage we saw on our television screens during the recent Republican convention. Continuing. Scores of ethnic leaders, including a number of Jewish notables, mobilized for the march. The political tone, of course, was thoroughly patriotic, pro-American, and anti-communist. Nevertheless, side by side with the careful politicians on the rostrum were open apologists for Nazi genocide. One of the key organizers of the 1960 event, for example, was Austin App, A-P-P, a cheerful American of German descent whose books History's Most Terrifying Peace and later The 6 Million Swindle are considered the foundation of the, quote, Holocaust never happened, unquote, school of historical revisionism. Captive nations activists became dedicated foot soldiers in just about every right-wing crusade undertaken in the United States during the 1950s and 60s. They turned out hundreds of demonstrators to pelt Soviet diplomats with eggs and garbage during the official celebration of the 40th anniversary of the 1917 revolution, for example, picketed department stores that carried goods made in Eastern Europe, and disrupted local school board meetings with charges that small-town principals and the PTA had gone communist. Captive nations activists succeeded in purging libraries in some jurisdictions of books they considered insufficiently hostile to the USSR. Equally important, captive nations lobbyists on Capitol Hill began to play a small but real role in American foreign affairs. They could not, of course, write U.S. policy, but working together with corporate financed lobbies such as the pro-armament American Security Council, captive nations leaders have acted as influential spoilers capable of obstructing important East-West peace initiatives undertaken by both Republican and Democratic administrations. They continue, in fact, to play that role today. Interrupting, of course, the American Security Council is a key element of the World Anti-Communist League. Its genesis was Harry Young's American Vigilant Intelligence Federation, which collaborated with the Hitler-Goebbels anti-Comintern in the 1930s. And recall that in our third installment of this archive show, we saw that one of the major strategic plans of the Third Reich for going underground was to hook up with American fascist groups, and the American Security Council was very active on behalf of the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations agenda, demonstrating to a certain extent at least just the successful realization of that tactic as envisioned by Kurt Ries in The Nazis Go Underground in 1944. And in our second installment, we took a look at the American Security Council and how it played a key role in helping to advance the agenda of the ABN. Continuing here with blowback. It is a common and, quote, "It is a common and long-standing phenomenon of American political life," unquote, George Kennan wrote some years later of his experience with captive nations activists, again quoting, "that ethnic groups of this nature, representing compact voting groups in large cities, are often able to bring to bear on individual legislators and through them on the United States government an influence far greater than an equivalent group of native citizens would be able to exert," unquote. As early as July 1959, the U.S. Congress unanimously adopted a resolution calling for an annual Captive Nations Week. The CIA-funded ACEN, quote, "strongly promoted," unquote, the resolution on Capitol Hill, according to Senator Charles Mathias of Maryland, a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Last sentence again, and it's a key one. By the way, note the time frame here. This is July of 1959. As early as July of 1959, the U.S. Congress unanimously adopted a resolution calling for an annual Captive Nations Week. The CIA-funded ACEN, quote, "strongly promoted," unquote, the resolution on Capitol Hill, according to Senator Charles Mathias of Maryland, a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. The use of CIA funds to lobby Congress, it should be noted, is a specific violation of law. The openly pro-Axis ABN also backed the bill and succeeded in introducing language into the text of the resolution calling for freedom for such, quote, "nations," unquote, as Kosakia and Idel Ural, both of which are fictitious entities created as a propaganda ploy by Hitler's racial theoretician Alfred Rosenberg during World War II. The congressional pronouncement also called for, in effect, the dismemberment of the USSR through, quote, "freeing," unquote, the Ukraine, Georgia, and Belarus from Soviet captivity. Last couple of sentences again, and I think here we can see in very clear and dramatic fashion how this Third Reich political and psychological warfare technique or tactic of liberation ultimately has evolved into a major American political force. And as we jump ahead from 1959 to 1991 and 1992, we can see that, quote, the dismemberment of the USSR through, quote, "freeing," unquote, the Ukraine, Georgia, and Belarus from Soviet captivity has happened. Those nations are now independent. We'll touch back on that next week. We went into that in a big way in Radio Free America 36. Last two sentences again. The openly pro-Axis ABN also backed the bill and succeeded in introducing language into the text of the resolution calling for freedom for such, quote, "nations," unquote, as Kosakia and Idel Ural, that's Cossackia and IDEL -URAL, both of which are fictitious entities created as a propaganda ploy by Hitler's racial theoretician Alfred Rosenberg during World War II. The congressional pronouncement also called for, in effect, the dismemberment of the USSR through, quote, "freeing," unquote, the Ukraine, Georgia, and Belarus from Soviet captivity. Simpson goes on, the resolution was, quote, "churned out," unquote, of Congress, according to a columnist of the day, quote, "along with casual holiday proclamations such as National Hot Dog Month," unquote. Yet the timing of the proclamation was significant, and it constituted a major victory for hardline captive nations organizers. Vice President Richard Nixon, hardly a liberal on the question of communism, was then in Moscow on a major Republican effort to improve East-West communication and stabilize the nuclear arms race. Soviet Premier Khrushchev took exception to the unanimously passed congressional statement calling for the disintegration of his country and used the incident to raise questions about American sincerity in the negotiations. Nixon was forced to explain and, in effect, apologize for the U.S. Congress, pointing out that even President Eisenhower did not control the timing of congressional acts. Quote, "Neither the President nor I would have deliberately chosen to have a resolution of this type passed," unquote, Nixon said soothingly, again quoting, "just before we were to visit the USSR," unquote. The damage, however, had already been done. So let's pause to look at what we've seen so far in this section of Simpson's blowback. Basically, just as we looked at the CFF promoting liberation theory in American society, the CFF, a CIA organization, so we see the CIA-funded ACEN evolving from that and evolving into a major American political force, and evolving up through time-wise the 1960, the turn of that decade. The captive nations activists, as noted here by Simpson, became foot soldiers in just about every far-right crusade conducted in the United States, and more importantly, in part as a result of their ability to influence some of the ethnic voting blocs in American major cities, which are able to exert a disproportionate effect on American political life. And recall that boosting some of these Galen-related elements into positions of leadership in such groups was a major function of the CIA's CFF propaganda program undertaken as a result of, in conjunction with NSC 68 by Paul Nietzsche. That's one of the goals. Remember that one of the goals of this program, the CFF propaganda campaign, was to boost leaders of Galen-related elements into the leadership of some of these groups. Now, one of the most important things here is to note that by 1959, when Richard Nixon was visiting the Soviet Union and attempting to work out a certain degree of rapprochement vis-a-vis arms control, we find the U.S. Congress passing a resolution as a result of lobbying by the CIA-funded ACEN, an illegal undertaking. We find the Congress passing a resolution which ultimately, in which we can ultimately see the evolution of liberation theory from its Third Reich incarnation to the present major American and world political force that it became. And as a result of advocating the dismemberment of the Soviet Union, including the fictitious nations of Kazakhstan and Idel-Ural, specific propaganda ploys created by the Third Reich, we find Richard Nixon having his attempts on behalf of the Eisenhower administration to achieve to stabilize the nuclear arms race. We find Richard Nixon's efforts being frustrated as a result of political activity which is undertaken as the ultimate result of, again, domestic CIA operation through the ACEN in conjunction with what is accurately described here as the openly pro-Axis anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations. There are many other archive shows which should be utilized in order to fully comprehend the sweep of events that we're looking at in Radio Free America 37, and in particular in The Guns of November Part 1, which I recorded on November 1st of 1983, almost 10 years ago at this point. We took a look at the downing of the U-2 in May, specifically May 1st of 1960, and how that particular event helped to frustrate. It actually caused the cancellation of a summit conference between then-President Eisenhower and then-Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev. And specifically, we took a look at very firm indications from Colonel L. Fletcher Prouty's book, The Secret Team, that the dispatching of that particular U-2 flight and its downing were as a result of illegal covert operations by elements of the national security establishment. Fletcher Prouty was at the time alternately Air Force focal point officer. That is to say, he was the Air Force officer involved with coordinating and liaisoning with the CIA vis-a-vis CIA covert operations that required the use of air units. He also became, under President Kennedy's administration, the Joint Chiefs of Staff person. He was in charge of special operations for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Now, in the Guns of November, we went into Prouty's analysis, again, an individual who had a first-hand perspective on that, of the U-2 incident. Recall also last week that we took a look at how the disinformation generated not only by the Galen organization, but also by some of the Project Paperclip rocket scientists, such as General Walter Dornberger, who was the military commander of the Nazi rocket project at Peenemünde Nordhausen, how the U-2 played an important element in attempting to find out whether the Soviets, as reported by Galen and Paperclip elements, were indeed far ahead of the U.S. Vis-a-vis ICBM development. Closing the missile gap, by the way, was a major campaign theme of President John Kennedy's 1960 presidential campaign. And as we looked at last week, the U-2 flights over the Soviet Union were being dispatched to surveil Soviet rail capabilities to see whether they were, in fact, as reported by Galen and Dornberger and company, ahead of the U.S. in missile development and deploying ICBMs, and that also turned out to be complete BS. The U-2 flights, the U-2, of course, a very sophisticated spy plane developed by the United States, the U-2 flights ultimately led to the deep sixing of this summit conference between Khrushchev and Eisenhower. Now, the things that Prouty points out, first of all, Eisenhower himself had suspended all U-2 overflights of the Soviet Union so as not to risk the possibility of aggravating tensions between those two countries. One of the points Prouty makes is that the very dispatching of Power's plane was against President Eisenhower's orders. He also makes an excellent case that, in fact, the plane itself was sabotaged and not actually brought down by a Soviet missile. The damage to the plane was not consistent with having been shot down by a surface-to-air missile, and beyond that, at the time, no surface-to-air missile or interceptor aircraft was capable of flying at the high altitudes that the U-2 was flying at, because the U-2 used a special oxygen mixture. It was mixed with, I've forgotten off the top of my head what it was an oxygen-hydrogen mixture, and ultimately the evidence suggests, and for details I will refer listeners to the Guns of November Part 1, available from archives on audio. The available evidence suggests very strongly, and Prouty makes a very detailed and excellent case, that in fact the very same forces which illegally dispatched the U-2, or dispatched the U-2 flight of Francis Gary Powers to the Soviet Union against Eisenhower's orders, deliberately sabotaged that flight, in all probability starving its oxygen mixture to the point where the plane had to fly at a lower altitude. It has also been theorized by some that the plane might have run out of fuel, but as Prouty points out, the very thin wings of the U-2 would easily reveal whether or not the plane was low on fuel, because they bent when the wings bent when the plane had a sufficiently full fuel capability. Now, the interesting thing about the dispatching, the illegal dispatching and sabotaging of the U-2, and again, I refer listeners for details to the Guns of November Part 1, the interesting thing about that is that the blame on the part of many people was placed for the downing of the U-2 project on Lee Harvey Oswald. Lee Harvey Oswald had worked with the U-2 project at Atsugi Naval Air Station in Japan. He then, quote, defected, unquote, to the Soviet Union, allegedly giving them top-secret information about the U-2 as well as America's North American radar defense nets. And Francis Gary Powers, the pilot who was captured in when his U-2 was brought down, blamed the downing of the U-2 on Lee Harvey Oswald. And specifically, we quoted from the book Operation Overflight, which Francis Gary Powers co-authored with Kurt Gentry. Another point, by the way, that Prouty makes is that it was standard operating procedure to have a pilot on a clandestine mission, such as the U-2 mission, totally sanitized. He would not have carried any official documentation linking him to the U.S. government Francis Gary Powers, in direct contravention of that standard operating procedure, had all of his U.S. government, U.S. Air Force ID on him, yet another indication that that was a deliberately deep-sixed operation, a covert operation undertaken by elements of our national security establishment sympathetic to the rollback or liberation theory, and who found Eisenhower's prospective rapprochement with Khrushchev totally unacceptable. There is substantive indication that indeed the political and psychological warfare being waged in the U.S. under the auspices of CFF and ACEN had evolved by the end of Eisenhower's administration to the actual use of hands-on covert operation, illegal covert operations, in order to achieve political ends which were desired by the rollback or liberation people and which were in direct contravention of what the Eisenhower administration was undertaking. And recall again that the CIA-financed ACEN campaign to get the Captive Nations Week resolution passed, incorporating anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations and Third Reich elements, that helped frustrate Richard Nixon's attempts to achieve détente on behalf of Eisenhower in July of 1959. And again, Lee Harvey Oswald was credited with having deep-sixed the U-2 of Francis Gary Powers, both by Francis Gary Powers and others, as we looked at in The Guns of November, Part 1. And as I noted in that program, look at all of the history that's being blamed on this lone nut. The murder of the President of the United States, the deep-sixing of the Summit Conference, not bad for a warehouse worker with an 8th grade education under the circumstances. What we're going to look at now is information indicating the possibility, we can't say for sure, but the possibility that even before John Kennedy was elected, the advocates in our national security establishment of rollback or liberation theory were prepared to up the ante, so to speak, vis-a-vis covert operations in order to achieve their ends, and specifically that preparations may have been afoot even before Eisenhower was elected, or before Kennedy was elected, I should say, to, if necessary, assassinate the President of the United States in order to realize the goals or further the goals of rollback or liberation. Recall that in the second installment of Radio Free America 37, as well as in Radio Free America 15, we took a look at the fact that on October 15th, 1959, two events happened. One, Lee Harvey Oswald, quote, defected, unquote, to the Soviet Union, and Stefan Bandera, a key element of the Third Reich's policies in the Ukraine, the OUN-B group, as well as a key element of the CIA-sponsored Galen organization in the post-war years. Stefan Bandera, the leader of this organization, was assassinated, supposedly by the KGB, the same day that Lee Harvey Oswald, quote, defected, unquote, to the Soviet Union, namely 10/15/59. And as we saw in, again, both Radio Free America 15 and the second installment of Radio Free America 37, the Bandera assassination, supposedly at the hands of the KGB, was utilized by this Galen-related milieu, the WACCFL and the ABN and related elements on the American far right and in the U.S. intelligence system. It was used to create the myth or to generate the impression that Lee Harvey Oswald was acting on behalf of the KGB to assassinate John Kennedy. Specifically, we looked at Charles Kirsten, a U.S. congressman and key WACCFL representative, who was generating information about a KGB assassination conspiracy assassination conspiracies to be conducted in the United States 2 weeks before Kennedy was assassinated. After Kennedy was assassinated, we took a look at the role of the press secretary for the WACCFL, again the seed group of the World Anti-Communist League, or what became the World Anti-Communist League in 1967. The WACCFL was the World Anti-Communist Congress for Freedom and Liberation. We took a look at the role of Salvador Díaz-Verson, a Cuban intelligence official and head of the Liga Anticomunista de Cuba, in linking Lee Harvey Oswald to Castro and through Castro to the KGB. We also took a look in that same program at Peter Dale Scott's, the brilliant Berkeley researcher's analysis that many people, that participants in the investigation of John Kennedy's assassination who knew that there had been a conspiracy effected the cover-up because they did not want to risk having a third world war if the American people perceived that an American president had been assassinated by an international communist conspiracy. And Peter Dale Scott hypothesizes that that was one of the motivating factors on behalf of some of the investigators, Warren Commission and otherwise, for covering up the assassination of John, or the facts concerning the assassination of John Kennedy. What we're going to look at now is a curious detail presented to us by Penn Jones of the Midlothian Mirror. He was an editor of the Midlothian Mirror, and that is a suburb of Dallas, and Penn Jones was one of the seminal researchers on the John Kennedy assassination. And we're going to take a look at an interesting piece of evidence he presents suggesting the possibility, again, that plans were afoot in 1959 to kill the president to be elected in 1960 if that president was not willing to fulfill the anti-communist / rollback liberation goals that were envisioned by the milieu whose evolution and development we're looking at this evening. For this information, we're going to take a look at a book called Forgive My Grief, Volume 4. And Forgive My Grief, Volume 4 was privately published in software, actually published by the Midlothian Mirror. And no, this one was published and copyrighted in 1974 by Penn Jones, Jr. of Midlothian, Texas. This was a privately published softcover edition, copyright 1974 by Penn Jones, Jr. Again, the title, Forgive My Grief, Volume 4. In a detail here from August 29th of 1974 that Penn Jones entitles Prior Planning, we find the following. Now, before I read this, bear in mind the name Katia Ford. Katia Ford and her husband, Declan Ford, part of this white Russian petroleum industry, Galen-related milieu, of which George Bush was part and parcel. Katia Ford was the wife, again, of Declan Ford. Declan Ford, up until October of 1962, was an employee of DeGolyer and McNaughton, a key petroleum engineering firm, many of whose employees, former employees and associates, were prominent in this Galen intelligence petroleum industry milieu that we looked at, this liberation or rollback milieu, which we looked at in our first two installments of Radio Free America 37. And by the way, bear in mind Declan Ford, Katia Ford, and in particular, bear in mind the DeGolyer and McNaughton firm, because we're going to come back to that later. Now, in this item here, entitled By Penn Jones Prior Planning, we find the following. In 1959, 3 American men defected to the Soviet Union. A man named Ricardelli, Robert Edward Webster, and Lee Harvey Oswald, and all 3 returned to the United States in 1962. Katia Ford testified that when she asked Marina Oswald what caused Lee to go to Russia, Marina said Lee went to the Soviet Union for the Rand Corporation to help set up the American exhibit at the World Trade Exposition in Moscow. Obviously, Marina had her, quote, defectors, unquote, confused. Rand Corporation was the cover story used by Robert Edward Webster. Were the masterminds behind the John Kennedy assassination preparing 3 potential patsies, 2 as backup in the event one failed to perform as directed? Did the stars ordain the 1959 defections and the 1962 repatriations? Or was prior planning for the killing of Kennedy really going on in 1959? Well, again, we can't say for sure whether prior planning was going on, but there are indications that it may have been, with the downing of the U-2 against Eisenhower's wishes, its dispatching and the strange circumstances of its downing. That blamed on Lee Harvey Oswald, that frustrating Eisenhower efforts at détente with the Soviet Union, just as the CIA-ACEN passing of the Captive Nations Week resolution helped to do the same thing. There are indications that even before Kennedy was elected, that the rollback or liberation milieu was prepared to graduate from political and psychological warfare to the use of actual hands-on covert operations and the use of deadly force in case the 1960 president-elect was not sufficiently vigorous in his prosecution of the Cold War. And again, bear in mind, Declan Ford and his wife Katya Ford, and DeGolyer and McNaughton. We're going to come back to that later. And also take note of the fact that this is according to Katya Ford, that Marina said that, as we will see as we return to the operations of this Galen petroleum-related milieu. What Marina said and what she supposedly said and what she actually said are often two different things, and this rollback or liberation milieu, which we've been looking at, was deeply involved in distorting what Marina said and distorting it in such a way as to make it look like the Soviet Union was behind the assassination of John Kennedy. Now, as we've seen, the rollback or liberation milieu was deeply dissatisfied with the Eisenhower administration, which, despite the pressure on it and its commitment to rollback or liberation in the 52 campaign, was basically an advocate of containment. There were a great many things that John Kennedy did which not only did not commit to rollback or liberation theory, but which in fact were moving in the direction of ending the Cold War. It should be noted that this rollback or liberation milieu that we're looking at considered Eisenhower to be distinctly pink. They viewed John Kennedy as an absolute card-carrying red, and we're going to take a look at what Kennedy was doing, what he did to outrage the rollback or liberation milieu, and not only the national security establishment, but the political and economic forces behind it. We're going to turn again to a short section of an article in Tikkun magazine, Tikkun. This is from Tikkun's issue of March and April of 1992. Research credit on this goes to a listener, and this is an interview with Berkeley professor Peter Dale Scott by Tikkun magazine. It's entitled The Assassination and the Cover-Up, What Really Happened. Now, in the Guns of November series, we went into many of the things that Kennedy had done to outrage the national security establishment. I'm going to go into those in a second, but it should be noted here that there's something in this particular article, this interview with Peter Dale Scott, which I was not aware of before. Reading from Tikkun, and also policy in Latin America. There had been 3 military coups in Latin America in 1963, in Guatemala, the Dominican Republic, and Honduras, but Kennedy had refused to recognize the new governments. And that obviously is one of the things that Kennedy had done to outrage the national security establishment. Those coups were assisted by the U.S. intelligence system. But going back to the things that Kennedy did to outrage the national security establishment, in the first place, vis-a-vis Cuba. In 1961, President Kennedy refused to dispatch the Air Force to support the Bay of Pigs invasion. This greatly outraged the national security establishment, and in 1962, he refused to either bomb or invade Cuba during the Cuban Missile Crisis, which the military wanted. That outraged the national security establishment. And finally, in 1963, as we looked at in Radio Free America number 12, Kennedy had worked out a backdoor diplomatic channel to Cuba and was affecting basically a normalization of relations. Basically, a quid pro quo was being worked out between Kennedy and Castro. Castro, although a Marxist, was, like Ho Chi Minh, primarily a Cuban nationalist, and being a realist, he understood that the best long-term interests for Cuba lay in a friendly relationship with the giant to the north. Kennedy was intent on wooing Cuba away from the Soviet Union, and Castro himself had decided, at least according to the people directly involved in the negotiations and Castro himself, to begin moving away from the international communists in his own circle, notably Che Guevara. Now, what the rapprochement was going to entail was that Kennedy would take responsibility on behalf of the United States for the brutal Batista dictatorship, and in return, Castro would move away from the Soviet orbit. Numerous Kennedy administration diplomats, including William Atwood, have confirmed this. And on the 20th anniversary of John Kennedy's assassination, Castro himself confirmed that. I note this because there are a number of so-called progressive political analysts and commentators who shall remain nameless under the circumstances who have taken issue with this. Note that not only Kennedy administration diplomats directly involved with this, but also Fidel Castro himself have confirmed this. Rather reliable sources under the circumstances. In fact, Castro himself, as discussed in the book Conspiracy by Anthony Summers, Castro himself, which we quoted in Radio Free America number 12, Castro was actually meeting with a French journalist named Jean Daniel, who was serving as a backdoor diplomatic representative for Kennedy, when he heard that Kennedy had been assassinated, and Castro commented, "Es una mala noticia, es una mala noticia." This is bad news. Now, vis-a-vis the Soviet Union, John Kennedy had done a number of things in the direction of détente, which outraged the national security establishment and the rollback or liberation milieu. In March of 1962, Kennedy proposed joint space exploration with the Soviet Union. He, in August of 1963, signed the Atmospheric Test Ban Treaty, the first substantive strategic arms limitation agreement between the U.S. and the USSR. That was bitterly opposed by the military. And he also, in early 1963, had begun a formal process of warming of relations, warming of the Cold War, not heating it up, but thawing of the Cold War would be a better term. Kennedy had, in a speech at American University, taken note of the heroic Soviet role in World War II, and that speech was viewed as a major step by the Soviet government. And again, the proposal of joint space exploration with the Soviet Union, signing of the Atmospheric Test Ban Treaty, and his opening up of the possibility of détente in his American University speech from the spring of '63, all were steps which obviously would greatly outrage the rollback or liberation milieu. Perhaps most significantly, Kennedy, as we looked at in the Guns of November Part 3, Kennedy had worked out a plan to withdraw the U.S. from Vietnam gradually. Initially, 1,000 personnel were going to be withdrawn by Christmas of 1963. All of the forces were going to be gone by, officially at least, some 17,000 advisors by Christmas of 1965. That was formalized in National Security Action Memorandum 263, and National Security Action Memorandum 273 completely turned that around. Again, we went into that in a big way in the Guns of November Part 3. So with regard to Cuba, refusing to provide the Air Force to support the Bay of Pigs, and refusing to bomb or invade during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and finally working out a diplomatic rapprochement with Cuba, he outraged not only the national security establishment and the liberation milieu, but powerful corporate interests and related political interests that lay behind them. Policy of détente with the Soviet Union, joint space exploration, the Atmospheric Test Ban Treaty, and the speech he made at American University. So with regard to Cuba, refusing to provide the Air Force to support the Bay of Pigs, and refusing to bomb or invade during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and finally working out a diplomatic rapprochement with Cuba, he outraged not only the national security establishment and the liberation milieu, but powerful corporate interests and related political interests that lay behind them. Policy of détente with the Soviet Union, joint space exploration, the Atmospheric Test Ban Treaty, and the speech he made at American University, regarded very warmly by the Soviet people and government, and also his Vietnam pullout, which he had undertaken, all not only were anathema. Those steps not only didn't represent the fulfillment of rollback or liberation, they were the exact opposite, and had that process continued, it might very well have ended the Cold War, or at least thawed it to the point where something remotely resembling normal relations might have been undertaken between the U.S. and the USSR. Obviously, John Kennedy's assassination eliminated that. And what we're going to begin looking at now is we're going to return to this coup. And again, I want to refer people to other archive shows dealing with some of these events. The assassination of John Kennedy was covered in the Guns of November, parts 1 through 4. It's also covered in Radio Free America shows 10 through 13, primarily 11, 12, and 13, program number 15, as well as information in the first 2 installments of Radio Free America 37. What we're going to take a look at now is the operation of this rollback or liberation milieu, the same petroleum industry intelligence, Galen-related milieu, involving a synthesis between some of these Third Reich alumni and the American radical right. We're going to look again at the role of this rollback or liberation milieu. And bear in mind that George Bush was part and parcel to this milieu, and we're going to come back to George Bush personally next week. We're going to take a look again at how this milieu functioned in connection with the assassination of John Kennedy. Now, as I indicated during the introduction to tonight's installment of Radio Free America 37, what we're going to do is begin dollying back. We're going to begin in Dealey Plaza in Dallas, Texas, and we're going to take a look at how some of these White Russian, Galen, petroleum industry-related elements functioned in creating disinformation about the assassination of John Kennedy, and specifically, again, pointing in the direction of JFK's assassination as a Soviet conspiracy, thereby threatening the possibility of World War III, and in the opinion of Peter Dale Scott, necessitating in the minds of some of the investigators a cover-up in order to avoid a Third World War. And we're going to begin in Dealey Plaza, and we're going to take a look at how this milieu functioned, and in particular how they functioned in conjunction with elements of Army intelligence and Army Intelligence Reserve present in Dealey Plaza, functioning both in the Secret Service and in military and in the Dallas Police Department. And then in 3 more installments, not of the archive show, but we're going to begin dollying back, and in a sense we're going to move from Elm Street to Wall Street. And this again by way of looking at the powerful political and economic forces which lay behind the rollback or liberation milieu, and this by way of taking a look at how the rollback or liberation milieu, much larger, by the way, much larger at this point than the Galen-related elements with which it began, much larger, the liberation milieu. We're going to take a look at the powerful political and economic forces lying behind the liberation milieu. We're going to take a look, again, at the evolution, the functioning of this liberation milieu, this Galen-related petroleum industry intelligence milieu. We're going to begin on Elm Street, so to speak, in Dealey Plaza on 11/22/63. We're going to begin dollying back, and we're going to see how the same milieu functioned in relation to powerful economic and political interests, and ultimately, we're going to move from Elm Street to Wall Street, yet at the same time, as we begin examining the effects of the Kennedy assassination on American-based multinational corporate policy, we will at the same time remain very close to the functioning of the intelligence community, because even as we take a look at some of the prime movers and shakers in corporate America and on Wall Street, we will at the same time see how many of them function in connection with the intelligence community. This again by way of establishing the macro-political and macroeconomic context within which the liberation milieu existed and functioned, and this by way of examining the political and economic forces with which the Galen organization interacted in order to effect the profound changes on American and world history that it wound up doing. As we take a look at this progression from Elm Street to Wall Street, we will again rely on the brilliant work of Professor Peter Dale Scott of the University of California at Berkeley, arguably the preeminent political intellect in this country at this time. And we're going to begin with Peter Dale Scott's manuscript, Government Documents in the JFK Assassination from 1972. Now, we're going to return again to this Galen-related petroleum industry intelligence milieu, and we're going to take a look at how 2 members of this milieu that we've looked at earlier, Peter Gregory and Ilya Mamantov, G-R-E-G-O-R-Y and M-A-M-A-N-T-O-V, how they functioned in connection with distorting Marina Oswald's testimony about the Mannlicher Carcano rifle supposedly used by Oswald to kill Kennedy, and how these distortions not only indicated prima facie evidence of a conspiracy, but how they were used to help misdirect attention in the direction of a Soviet conspiracy. And again, as Peter Dale Scott has theorized and others before him, that necessitated in the minds of some investigators a cover-up to prevent a Third World War. We already looked at this in the second installment of Radio Free America 37. We begin reading now in government documents in the JFK assassination. Now, bear in mind again that George Bush is part and parcel of this milieu, whether or not he was involved in the JFK assassination. He certainly, as director of CIA, frustrated congressional investigations of CIA connections to Oswald and Ruby, and his name, Bush's does, crops up in connection with the investigation into JFK's assassination in a number of different contexts, as we've already looked at, and bear in mind that he is front and center. He's deeply involved in this milieu, because we're going to examine the Reagan and Bush administrations next week. But now, returning to government documents in the JFK assassination, we're going to begin on Elm Street in Dealey Plaza, and eventually we're going to wind up on Wall Street. Peter Dale Scott writes, more specifically, I want to look at certain tiny distortions of Marina Oswald's initial testimony by two émigré Russian interpreters in Dallas, both of whom had known each other for many years, both of whom had worked together to set up a CIA-subsidized anti-communist, quote, church, unquote, in Dallas, and one of whom had known Oswald before the assassination. The distortions in themselves were small, but their implications were potentially very great. We know they occurred because for some reason a transcript was prepared by a lone Secret Service of a long Secret Service interview of Marina Oswald on November 24th, 1963. At a few points, the transcriber noted small deviations between what Marina actually said and what the interpreter, Oswald's friend Peter Gregory, translated. Two of these small deviations, by a strange coincidence, added the same details about Oswald's rifle as were put down in Marina's police affidavit on November 22nd, 2 days earlier, after translation by Gregory's friend, Ilya Mamantov, again, M-A-M-A-N-T-O-V. Now, of the Mamantov interview, this on 11/22/63, Scott writes, this, i.e. the alleged murder weapon, was like the rifle my husband had. It was a dark gun, but I don't remember the sight on it. And this was an affidavit by Dallas policeman Senkel, S-E-N-K-E-L, whose name we will come back to later. Again, Marina on 11/22/63. Now note her statement that it was a dark gun. That's critical here. It'll seem picayune under the circumstances, but it was critical. This, i.e. the alleged murder weapon, was like the rifle my husband had. It was a dark gun, but I don't remember the sight on it. Ruth Payne, who was present at the first interview, also recalled specifically that Marina, quote, said her husband had a dark gun, dark in color. She couldn't definitely recall the sight, unquote. And Scott goes on to comment, keeping in mind the consensus as to the underlying details on November 22nd, it is disturbing to learn that on November 24th, these details did not originate with Marina, but with her interpreter. On both points, Marina's testimony was significantly different, enough so to attract the attention of the transcriber. Question. This gun, was it a rifle? Bear in mind, this is on November 24th, 1963. The previous interview, Mamantov was translating, now Peter Gregory is translating. Both petroleum, both white Russians, both part of this milieu, this liberation milieu. Question. This gun, was it a rifle or a pistol or just what type of gun? Can she answer that? Answer. It was a gun. Mr. Gregory asked, can you describe it? In other words, the question was, the answer was it was a gun. Mr. Gregory asked, can you describe it? Note, subject said, and this is what Marina said, subject said, I cannot describe it, because a rifle to me, like all rifles. That was translated by Peter Gregory as follows. Now again, Marina says, subject said, I cannot describe it, because a rifle to me, like all rifles. That was translated by Peter Gregory. She said she cannot describe it. It was sort of a dark rifle, just like any other common rifle. That's a mistranslation, and mistranslated in such a way as to coincide with Gregory's friend Mamontov's translation 2 days earlier. Again, proceeding with the transcript. Question: can you describe this rifle that you saw? Mr. Gregory in Russian: same size as they are showing to you? In other words, he didn't translate the question right either. Mr. Gregory in Russian: same size as they are showing to you? Subject: I think so, but. Gregory translation. Again, Marina says, I think so, but. Gregory translation. She says that a rifle approximately the same length as you were showing her, however, the stock was longer. Obviously, that's not what Marina said. Subject in Russian: it was a hump or elevation, but I never saw through the telescope, but it was the same kind of hump or elevation. And then Gregory translates this. She says there was an elevation on the rifle, but there was no scope, no telescope. Question: would you recognize a rifle scope if you saw one? Answer: yes. She says that she now knows the difference between a rifle with a scope and one without a scope. She says until she saw the rifle with a scope on TV the other day, she did not know that rifles with scopes existed. So obviously Peter Gregory is mistranslating what Marina said in substantial ways, although they might appear trivial at first. Again, Marina says, in response to describing the rifle, subject said, I cannot describe it because a rifle to me, like all rifles. Gregory mistranslate that. She said she cannot describe it. It was sort of a dark rifle, just like any other common rifle. And Marina says, when asked, can you describe this rifle that you saw? And Gregory asks her, same size as they are showing you? Or showing to you? Marina says, I think so, but, and Gregory translates that. She says that a rifle approximately the same length as you were showing her, however, the stock was longer. And then Marina says, it was a hump or elevation, but I never saw through the telescope, but it was the same kind of hump or elevation. Gregory translates that. She says there was an elevation on the rifle, but there was no scope, no telescope. And these distortions are curious because, again, Peter Gregory is filling in the same details that were carried in Ilya Mamontov's interview 2 days earlier, or translated by Mamontov, and which will figure in the attempts by this White Russian, Galen-related, petroleum-related milieu to generate a Soviet conspiracy misinformation. This appears to have been part of the cover-up, necessitating in the minds of some investigators a cover-up to prevent World War III. Peter Dale Scott then goes on to comment, even if we knew no more than what has been said, this transcript would appear to constitute prima facie evidence of a cover-up conspiracy. Mr. Gregory had not been present at the first interview, and in theory at least, he knew nothing about the rifle and its color. How then, if not by conspiracy, did Gregory supply the seemingly innocuous word dark, which Marina had not used, and to which so much attention had been paid on November 22nd? In fact, the word was not so innocuous. On November 22nd, it was reported that the Dallas authorities would arrest Oswald, quote, as part of an international conspiracy, unquote, and Marina's first interview was, quote, interpreted, unquote, and reported in such a way as to strengthen that impression. Now, the dark figures in here because that supposedly, the use of the word dark was one way that Marina was able to recognize the rifle as having belonged to Lee Harvey Oswald in the Soviet Union, and as Mamontov, who translated the 11/22 interview, as he points out, this meant that Oswald has to have been functioning as a KGB agent, said no ordinary person would have a gun in the Soviet Union. So the dark color is a key to the generation of misinformation that Oswald was functioning on behalf of KGB. The account on 11/22/63, again, that Oswald would be arrested as part of an international conspiracy, is as follows. Marina Oswald advised that Lee Harvey Oswald owned a rifle which he used in Russia about 2 years ago. She observed what she presumed to be the same rifle in a blanket in the garage at 2515 West 5th, Irving, the Payne residence. By the way, bear in mind that blanket, we're going to come back to it. On November 22, 1963, she observed the same blanket in the garage, but the rifle was missing. Marina Oswald stated that on November 22, 1963, she had been shown a rifle in the Dallas Police Department, reportedly found at the Texas School Book Depository, and was unable to positively identify it as the one she had observed in the above-mentioned garage. She stated that it was a dark color, like the one she had seen, but she did not recall the sight. So again, the last sentence again, she stated that it was a dark color, like the one she had seen, i.e. in the Soviet Union, but she did not recall the sight. Scott then goes on to comment, like Ilya Mamontov, Gregory's friend, who was the interpreter at the first interview, later went on television to argue that the assassination was an international communist conspiracy. His case was plausible. As Mamontov himself explained to the Warren Commission, no ordinary person, quote, had a gun in the Soviet Union, unquote, nor would he be allowed one. Mamontov added no less than 7 times under oath that Marina had used the word dark to describe Oswald's rifle on November 22nd. Her actual words to Gregory only 2 days later, quote, "I cannot describe it because a rifle to me, like all rifles," unquote, suggests how much had been gained, as well as lost, in translation. Gregory's interpolation of the word dark can hardly have been coincidental or innocent. There was thus no excuse for Secret Service agent Leon Gopadze, G-O-P-A-D-Z-E, who in turn became Marina's interpreter, to report that Gregory's translation, quote, was faultless without deviation, and at no time was there any indication that Mr. Gregory was translating otherwise. The same Gopadze decided it would be, quote, beneficial, unquote, to use Gregory in his own first interview with Marina, when she first said she had taken the picture of Oswald and the rifle, including the disputed scope. Later, the Warren Commission decided to use Gopadze and Gregory together as Marina's interpreters on September 6, 1964. Skipping down, the Commission relied on Marina's testimony that the Carcano rifle, quote, was the fateful rifle of Lee Oswald, unquote, citing, even though it knew very well that as its counsel Norman Redlich wrote in a memo of February 28, 1964, quote, Marina has repeatedly lied to the Secret Service, the FBI, and this Commission on matters which are of vital concern, unquote. It chose to ignore the abundant indications that Marina, faced with not-so-subtle threats of deportation back to the Soviet Union, frequently changed her story to meet the latest demands of her interviewers. So again, the dark color added spontaneously by Peter Gregory was a key element in permitting the authorities or elements involved in this assassination to circulate the myth that Lee Harvey Oswald was acting on behalf of the Soviets, because, again, the dark color and the lack of a sight was cited as proof that Marina had seen the rifle in the Soviet Union belonging to Lee Oswald, and as Mamontov, helping to generate the communist conspiracy disinformation, pointed out that no ordinary person would be allowed a rifle in the Soviet Union. Skipping down again in Peter Dale Scott's essay. Before concluding that the Warren Commission were the chief culprits of the cover-up conspiracy, however, one has to consider that many constraints of time, budget, and of both public and bureaucratic policies on the scope of their inquiry. Rightly or wrongly, they saw their primary task as being, quote, to lay the dust, unquote, and the, quote, one lone nut hypothesis which they offered to the nation, even if not true, may have been less untrue and less harmful than Mamontov's alternative hypothesis of an international communist conspiracy. And again, there are indications that with the assassination of Stefan Bandera, preparations for that may have been underway even before Kennedy was elected. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a look at, again, this international communist conspiracy disinformation and how this White Russian Galen-related petroleum intelligence milieu functioned in connection with Army intelligence and Army Reserve intelligence in the events of 11/22/63, and there are firm indications of a conspiracy linking these same elements with elements of Army Reserve intelligence and Army intelligence functioning in both Dealey Plaza and inside of the Dallas PD and in the Secret Service. Now, remember, well, I'll sum up the information here afterward. Proceeding with government documents in the JFK assassination. First names we're going to hear are Senkel and Turner, two Dallas policemen who, as indicated here, were at all of the critical areas vis-a-vis the assassination. And Peter Dale Scott writes, Senkel and Turner are among the couple of dozen policemen who on November 22nd and 24th managed to be at all the crucial scenes of action, often in the company of the Secret Service. And skipping down, before the assassination, Senkel and Turner were in the pilot car of the Kennedy motorcade, along with Deputy Chief George Lumpkin, Lumpkin, who chose Mamontoff to be Marina's interpreter, and two alleged members of the Secret Service. So bear in mind, this is the pilot car in the Kennedy assassination, and it proceeds 3 minutes in front of the motorcade, and as we're going to see, it functioned in a very suspicious fashion. Now, Deputy Chief George Lumpkin, as we will see, is a member of Army Intelligence Reserve. Proceeding now with the account. In fact, these, quote, Secret Service personnel were Lieutenant Colonel George Whitmeyer, Whitmeyer, a local Army Reserve commander, and Jack Puterbaugh, Puterbaugh, the local advance man for the Democratic National Committee who had helped fix the parade route in front of the Texas School Book Depository. Now Peter Dale Scott analyzes the pilot car's behavior. The pilot car's behavior on November 22nd is certainly suspicious. Driving, quote, about 3 minutes ahead of the motorcade, unquote, the pilot car made one recorded stop along the parade route exactly in front of the Texas School Book Depository. And quoting from the Commission's exhibits, Deputy Chief G.L. Lumpkin stopped momentarily at the corner of Houston and Elm Street, unquote, and spoke to the policeman, quote, working traffic at that corner, unquote. None of the three policemen assigned to that corner reported this conversation in their affidavits. One of them, J.M. Smith, did, however, report his part about 10 minutes earlier in the police request of 12:19 p.m. for an ambulance, quote, for a white male who had an epileptic seizure, unquote. 8 pages of police radio Channel 1 transcript at the precise period of the assassination relate to this, quote, emergency, unquote, and the need to open a route directly and exactly to Parkland Hospital. Quote, cut all traffic for the ambulance going to Parkland, unquote. Not for the president, who was shot only midway through this, quote, emergency, unquote, but for the man with the so-called, quote, epileptic seizure, unquote. The commission later learned, but did not report, that the man who walked away from the ambulance at Parkland had not had an epileptic seizure at all. Considering that Deputy Chief Lumpkin in the pilot car was, I have been reliably informed, a member of the Army Intelligence Reserve, and considering that the pilot car also contained the local Army Reserve commander as an unscheduled occupant, it is intriguing to learn that a bystander at the scene of the, quote, epileptic seizure, unquote, in Dealey Plaza was an Army Intelligence agent, James W. Powell, Powell. Now, to bear in mind that this person did not actually have an epileptic seizure, but that as a result for this alleged epileptic seizure, the guy later walked away. The path was cleared to Parkland Hospital, and by the way, it was at Parkland Hospital where the so-called magic bullet was found under, not on, but under Kennedy's stretcher. And we're going to find out more now about James Powell. Bear in mind, this pilot car stops in front of the Texas School Book Depository. Deputy Chief Lumpkin, a member of Army Intelligence Reserve, a passenger in his car, a local Army Reserve commander, and right there at the site of the epileptic seizure, James W. Powell, an Army Intelligence agent, who happens to get locked or trapped inside the Texas School Book Depository when that depository is sealed on the order of Deputy Chief Lumpkin, again, Army Intelligence Reserve. Continuing with government documents and the JFK assassination. Special Agent Powell was soon afterwards, quote, trapped inside the Texas School Book Depository after the depository doors had been sealed, unquote. The man who had ordered the Texas School Book Depository sealed was Lumpkin, who had driven there with Lieutenant Colonel Whitmire, Sinkle, Turner, and Dallas Secret Service Chief Sorrells. Skipping down, as many as 3 Army intelligence agents may have figured in the events surrounding the Kennedy assassination. Alternatively, one or both of the 2, quote, other agents may have been Powell. There was the Army intelligence agent who, with a member of the alcohol tax unit, spent the morning of November 22nd with James Hosty, the FBI agent whose name was in Oswald's notebook, and who reportedly described Oswald to Dallas Police Lieutenant Revel as, quote, a member of the Communist Party capable of committing the assassination, unquote. And there was the, quote, Army intelligence man, unquote, whom, quote, Lieutenant Revel knew, unquote, and drove back to his office from the Texas School Book Depository shortly before Revel encountered Hosty. This agent may well have been Powell, since Revel had organized the search of the Texas School Book Depository, which discovered the famous rifle on the 6th floor, where Powell, along with Lumpkin, was present. Whoever he was, Revel omitted his name when testifying under oath as to the occupants of his car. Until recently, it might have seemed unwarranted to see anything conspiratorial in this convergence of Army intelligence personnel on Dealey Plaza. But on May 16, 1973, the day before the first of the Senate Watergate hearings, which would help drive President Nixon from office, Army intelligence declassified an extraordinary Army telegram about Oswald dispatched late in the evening of November 22, 1963. The cable from the 4th Army Command in Texas to the U.S. Strike Command at MacDill Air Force Base in Florida linked Oswald to Cuba via the latter's communist, quote, propaganda vehicle, unquote, the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. It also gave 2 statements about Oswald, both false, which had an interesting source. Don Stringfellow, S-T-R-I-N-G-F-E-L-L-O-W, Intelligence Section, Dallas Police Department, notified 112th Intelligence Group, this headquarters, that information obtained from Oswald revealed he had defected to Cuba in 1959 and is a card-carrying member of the Communist Party. Scott goes on to add, Stringfellow was a member of the police intelligence unit headed by Jack Revel, while the 4th Army's 112th Intelligence Group, with offices in Dallas and New Orleans, was the unit of James Powell. Bear in mind, James Powell, Army intelligence on the site of the, quote, epileptic seizure, then gets sealed inside the Texas School Book Depository where the rifle gets found. He may have been the agent who was with James Hosty, Oswald's FBI contact. He may also have been the agent who knew who knew Revel. And it was Revel who ordered the search of the Texas School Book Depository, where Powell and Lumpkin, sealed in the building, helped come up with the Mannlicher Carcano. And note, too, that, again, Stringfellow of Revel's intelligence section, and we're going to take a look at who heads that, is apparently notifies the 112th Intelligence Group that Oswald defected to Cuba in '59. That's not true, nor was he a card-carrying member of the Communist Party. And note that painting Oswald red here was done in this particular memo, this dispatch, and it was this painting of Oswald red involved Oswald's efforts on behalf of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Now, we took a look at Oswald, the, quote, Castro activist, unquote, in the Guns of November Part 1, as well as Radio Free America number 12. Oswald was the only member of the New Orleans chapter of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, which was housed in the same building as Guy Bannister's right-wing detective agency, which functioned basically they were at alternate addresses, which functioned as a unit of the CIA's anti-Castro Cuban operation, and which was deeply involved in right-wing activities. 544 Camp Street was the site of the CIA's Cuban Revolutionary Council for a couple of years in the early 60s, and there are substantive indications, and again, Guns of November, Radio Free America Part 12, or number 12, I should say, goes into the almost certain continued use of Guy Bannister's detective agency by the CIA's anti-Castro effort. But again, Stringfellow and the 112th Intelligence Group, Stringfellow working for Revel, 112th Intelligence Group is Powell. Continuing with Peter Dale Scott's analysis, U.S. STRICOM, the U.S. Strike Command, is an extraordinary two-service command, Army and Air Force, set up in 1961 in response to the so-called Lebanon crisis of 1958. Designed to provide a swift strike force on short notice, its location in Florida made it singularly appropriate for a surprise attack on Cuba. Since mid-1963, its commander had been General William D. Rawson, R-O-S-S-O-N, a CIA general who in 1954 had formed part of General Lansdale's team in Vietnam. Fletcher Prouty, in his book The Secret Team, lists him as one of the 6 who, quote, made rapid promotions to the grade of brigadier general and higher as a result of the CIA Special Forces and Vietnam, unquote. There is a flavor of 7 days in May to this cable of November 22nd, which U.S. STRICOM, and it's USS-TRICOM intelligence requested, since the distribution list, although confusing, suggests that it may not have reached headquarters in Washington until 4 days later. All of these facts add some interest to the unusual fashion in which Mamontov was recruited for the first interview about the, quote, dark and scopeless rifle, unquote. I have already mentioned that he was phoned by Deputy Chief Lumpkin, again, Army Intelligence Reserve, but the initial contact with Mamontov had been made 2 minutes earlier by Jack Alston Crichton, C-R-I-C-H-T-O-N, a right-wing Republican, oil operator, member of Army Intelligence Reserve, and, quote, head of a local Army intelligence unit, unquote. Crichton knew Mamontov personally as a fellow petroleum geologist like Gregory. He also knew him because Mamontov was a precinct chairman of the Republican Party, for which Crichton became the 1964 candidate for governor of Texas. It is not known how many Dallas policemen were also, as is apparently a widespread practice, members of the U.S. Army Reserve. One such reservist was Detective Adamczyk, A-D-A-M-C-I-K, a member of the party which retrieved the rifle blanket from the Payne garage and later reported what he overheard at Mamontov's interview of Marina about the Carcano. Quote, she said that it looked like her husband's rifle. She said that it was dark, unquote. Now bear in mind that empty blanket in the Payne garage was cited in the 1122 report that talked about the dark rifle and the dark color being used to indicate that in fact Marina had seen that rifle owned by Lee in the Soviet Union and that therefore this was a communist conspiracy. Proceeding. Another member of Army Intelligence Reserve was Captain W. P. Ganaway, G-A-N-N-A-W-A-Y, Revel's supervisor as head of the Dallas Police Special Service Bureau. Ganaway's secretary was reported by an out-of-town police chief to be, quote, closely connected, unquote, to Jack Ruby. This story was plausible given the close connections between Jack Ruby and the SSB, including men who participated in the search of the Texas School Book Depository and the arrest of Oswald. Very important sentence coming up. Now, bear in mind, this Revel is the fellow for whom Stringfellow works. That's the guy who communicated with 112th Intelligence, of which James Powell is a member. Captain W.P. Ganaway heads the Dallas Police Intelligence Unit. He's Revel's supervisor. Revel organizes the search of the school book depository, which finds the Mannlicher Carcano. After Lumpkin seals it, and James Powell is in there of the 112th Intelligence Group, lo and behold, the Carcano turns up. W.P. Ganaway is a member of Army Intelligence Reserve. He's Revel's supervisor, and his role is as follows. Since the protection of visiting dignitaries was one of the SSB's responsibilities, Ganaway was involved in the meetings arranged by Secret Service advance man Lawson for the Kennedy visit. Moreover, Winston Lawson, L-A-W-S-O-N, the White House Secret Service agent responsible for the choice of the Kennedy motorcade route, was himself a member of the Army Intelligence Reserve. Lawson's first three reports of what happened on and before November 22nd raised considerable questions about his performance. For example, he, along with another Secret Service agent, reported that motorcycles were used on, quote, the right and left flanks of the president's car, unquote, although numerous later reports from the Dallas police agreed that, quote, at Lawson's own instructions, the proposed side escorts were redeployed to the rear of the car. This change, ostensibly for the sake of security, would appear to leave the president more open to a possible crossfire. And skipping down, events since the Kennedy assassination have alerted us to the possibility of illicit collaboration between members of Army intelligence and the Secret Service. In 1970, the Washington Star reported that, quote, plainclothes military intelligence agents played a questionable and still secret surveillance role at the 1968 National Conventions, unquote, in Chicago, where the Secret Service admitted borrowing agents from the Illinois-based 113th Intelligence Group. These borrowed, quote, security, unquote, forces conducted extensive domestic intelligence operations, and there were rumors of provocations as well. In 1972, there were similar rumors about the 1972 party conventions and the 111th Intelligence Group in Miami, where one provocateur, Pablo Fernandez, was said to be a former CIA agent working with Watergate burglar E. Howard Hunt. What we know from these later disturbances suggests that it is now common practice for the Secret Service, whose local offices are scantily staffed, to augment their staff for special events with auxiliary personnel from military intelligence and other sources. Quite by accident, we know that the Dallas Secret Service recruited 30 men from the Fort Worth Chamber of Commerce Sports Committee, of whom the informant at least was a former Army Air Force intelligence officer, to, quote, assist the Secret Service at the breakfast for President Kennedy, unquote, on November 22nd. In Dallas, where Adlai Stevenson had been attacked only 1 month earlier, one would expect the Secret Service, which gave special attention to this event, to have recruited even more such auxiliaries. Yet the reports and testimony of Lawson and other Secret Service agents are silent on this score. Meanwhile, the FBI reported that its offer of assistance had been declined. Skipping down. We recognized earlier that the political constraints which made it difficult for the Warren Commission, which had questionable constitutional authority and no independent investigative staff, to pursue the documentary indications of a possible conspiracy linking Army intelligence and the local Dallas police, who engaged Mamontoff as interpreter, to the Secret Service, who engaged Gregory. Now, again, quickly summing up what we've looked at here. Gregory mistranslates what Marina said to reinforce what Mamontoff translated 2 days earlier, 11/22. That mistranslation, the dark color and the scopeless rifle, lends credence to what Mamontoff and others are trying to disseminate, namely that Lee Harvey Oswald owned the rifle in the Soviet Union and that Marina had identified it there. This indicated that Lee Harvey Oswald was acting as an agent of an international conspiracy. Now, Deputy Chief Lumpkin of Army Intelligence Reserve recruits Mamontoff, but after the initial contact is made by Jack Alston Crichton, again, a part of the de Gaulier and McNaughton orbit, like Declan Ford and like George Bowie, who we looked at earlier, also of Army Intelligence Reserve, he's the first to contact Mamontoff. Deputy Chief Lumpkin is in the pilot car, which stops conveniently right in front of the Texas School Book Depository. Army Intelligence Agent James Powell is there where a guy has an epileptic seizure. Lumpkin is Army Intelligence Reserve. In the pilot car is Lieutenant Colonel George Whitmire of Army Intelligence. The clearing of the path for this, quote, epileptic seizure permits a direct path for Kennedy's car to go to Parkland Hospital. Agent James Powell is then sealed inside the Texas School Book Depository. That's Army Intelligence Agent James Powell by Deputy Chief Lumpkin of Army Intelligence Reserve. Then Lieutenant Revel of the Dallas SSB organizes a search of the Texas School Book Depository where, with Lumpkin and Powell, the rifle, the Mannlicher Carcano, is found. A Dallas cop named Stringfellow notifies the Army 112th Intelligence Group, of which James Powell is a member, that Lee Harvey Oswald, a communist linked with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee and having defected to Cuba, was behind this assassination. Now, bear in mind also that there were 1 and possibly 3 Army intelligence agents connected both to Revel and to James Hosty, Oswald's FBI contact. Bear in mind that the Special Intelligence Unit, the SSB, of the Dallas PD, for which Revel and Stringfellow work, is headed up by W.P. Ganaway of Army Intelligence Reserve, his secretary reportedly close to Jack Ruby, and that he, that is to say Ganaway of AIR, is working with Winston Lawson of the Washington Secret Service detail to plan the route of the motorcade, and Winston Lawson is of Army Intelligence Reserve, and that it is Winston Lawson who, according to the Dallas police records, deployed the two motorcycles that were to be alongside of Kennedy's limousine to the rear, thereby exposing him or making him more vulnerable to a crossfire. Bear in mind also that a Detective Adamczyk, A-D-A-M-C-I-K, who was there when the rifle blanket was found in the Payne's garage, that, again, of course, was in Marina's description, or the alleged description by Marina on 11/22/63, pointing to an international conspiracy. Detective Adamczyk is also Army Reserve. And also, bear in mind that the attack on Adlai Stevenson, which we're going to come back to in a little bit, the attack on Adlai Stevenson necessitated, in the minds of the Secret Service and Dallas PD, the recruiting of 30 men from the Fort Worth Chamber of Commerce, and there are unexplained Secret Service people, skipping down just a little bit in what I've already read. The Warren Commission, faced with reports and rumors of unexplained additional, quote, Secret Service, unquote, on the grassy knoll with Lumpkin behind the Texas School Book Depository, in front of the Texas School Book Depository, and even at the Tippit killing, asked no questions and learned nothing. So again, with Crichton, with Mamontoff, and with Gregory, we're looking at this petroleum intelligence milieu, of which George Bush was a part, and we're looking at it at the operational level, apparently in conjunction with elements of Army intelligence and Army Reserve intelligence bridging Secret Service and Dallas PD. It's Crichton who engages Mamontoff, and then Mamontoff is referred to Lumpkin. Now, I realize this is complicated, but this is by way of looking at this milieu, this liberation, Galen-connected, petroleum-connected milieu, at the hands-on operational level. As I said, we're looking at it on Elm Street, and now in order to understand the larger political and economic forces at whose behest, or on whose behalf they were operating, we're going to begin dollying back, and we're going to begin to traverse up the American political and economic hierarchy, as well as the national security hierarchy, and we're going to move from Elm Street to Wall Street. After a musical break, more of Radio Free America 37. We're going to proceed now, as we begin to dolly back, as we move from Elm Street to Wall Street. We're going to take a look at a second and a more important way in which this Galen-related petroleum intelligence milieu functioned in connection with the assassination of President Kennedy. And what we're going to look at here is how Peter Gregory, the man who distorted Marina's testimony in such a way as to make the international communist conspiracy disinformation more plausible, how he was responsible for introducing Marina Oswald to a milieu surrounding the Great Southwest Corporation. Now, the Great Southwest Corporation, which figures in a prominent way here, is a major capital venture between the Wynne family, W-Y-N-N-E, and the Rockefellers. And here we're going to begin to make the transition, again, from Elm Street to Wall Street. Returning again to government documents in the JFK assassination by Peter Dale Scott. Scott writes, "At the beginning of this study, we examined Peter Gregory's distorted, quote, translation, unquote, of Marina Oswald's testimony to supply the baseless story already reported by Gregory's friend Mamontoff of Oswald's, quote, dark and scopeless, unquote, rifle. Because this story was ultimately not used, and the, quote, corroboration, unquote, for it painstakingly discredited, it might appear that Gregory's role in the Dallas cover-up, even if improper, was a small one, not worth examining in such detail. Gregory, however, played a second and more lasting role in the post-assassination history of Marina Oswald. It is Gregory who assumed responsibility for delivering Marina into the hands of employees and lawyers of the Great Southwest Corporation, a real estate venture which, in the wake of a later major scandal, was revealed to have been controlled tightly in 1963 by the wealthy Wynn family in Dallas, allies of the Murchisons, and the even more wealthy Rockefeller family in New York. One such employee, James Herbert Martin, M-A-R-T-I-N, soon became Marina's manager. After he was fired, William A. Mackenzie, capital A-M-C, capital K-E-N-Z-I-E, a lawyer from the Wynn family law firm, which represented Great Southwest, became Marina Oswald's lawyer. Both men, along with still other employees of Great Southwest, were responsible for highly questionable, quote, links, unquote, between Oswald and the Carcano rifle, some of which were again discarded by the Warren Commission. It was Martin who negotiated the sale of the retouched photograph of Oswald with the rifle. Mackenzie, according to the testimony of two witnesses under oath, improperly coached his client as to what she should tell the FBI about her husband and his rifle. Shortly after Gregory altered Marina's rifle testimony to add the gratuitous details that when she first saw it, quote, there was no scope, unquote, and, quote, the stock was longer, unquote, two Great Southwest employees told the FBI of seeing Oswald at a rifle range one day before the assassination. One of them specified that Oswald had, quote, a foreign gun, and it appeared the front end of the wood stock had been cut off, unquote. The Warren report, quite properly, found, quote, no substantial basis, unquote, for believing this identification of Oswald. Quite improperly, it converted at least three similar, apparently independent and corroborative reports of shortened, quote, stock, unquote, into less suspicious accounts of a shortened, quote, barrel, unquote. Skipping down again. For wholly different reasons, it is clear in retrospect that Marina should never have been delivered into the hands of the Great Southwest Corporation. A Dallas investigative reporter has since accused Great Southwest, which later had Maurice Stans as a prominent shareholder and from 1965 to 68 employed Nixon's personal lawyer, Herbert Kalmbach, K-A-L-M-B-A-C-H, of involvement in a bankruptcy fraud with organized crime overtones. It is certain that highly questionable transfers of assets to Great Southwest, resulting in the second instance in criminal indictments for two Great Southwest directors, contributed to the spectacular bankruptcies of first the Webb and Knapp real estate empire in 1965, and second the Penn Central in 1970, the world's two greatest bankruptcies up to that time. Control of Great Southwest in late 1963, quote, was tightly centered in the Rockefeller and Wynn families, unquote, the Wynns being longtime close associates of the even more influential Murchisons. Bedford Wynn, the senior partner in the family law firm of Wynn, Jaffe, and Tinsley, T-I-N-S, by the way, it's Wynn, of course, W-Y-N-N-E, Jaffe, J-A-F-F-E, Tinsley, T-I-N-S-L-E-Y. Beginning again, Bedford Wynn was the senior partner in the family law firm of Wynn, Jaffe, and Tinsley, was a Washington troubleshooter for the powerful Murchison oil and construction interests in Texas. In 1963, his questionable lobbying activities were beginning to attract the attention of the federal government. Skipping down again. For whatever reason, the Great Southwest Corporation was not investigated, but protected by the Warren Commission investigation. An FBI report about the suspicious sale of Marina's story by its former employee, James Herbert Martin, to a semi-underworld character with an FBI record remained withheld until 1970. There was no scrutiny of the interlocking relationships between Peter Gregory, the Oswald family, the Secret Service, the Wynns, and the Great Southwest Corporation. No one examined Gregory's baseless addition to Marina's rifle story and its corroboration by a Great Southwest employee. No one challenged the circumstances under which a phone call from Gregory led, as we shall see, to reservations for Marina at Great Southwest's motel, reservations arranged for by Gregory's contact in the Secret Service. No one asked questions as to how the same Secret Service agent came to select Gregory as an, quote, interpreter, unquote, on Saturday, November 23rd. And skipping down again, Furthermore, the landlords had a special relationship of sorts with Marina Oswald as well, inasmuch as Morris Jaffe of the Wynne, Jaffe and Tinsley law firm was attorney for Marina's mysterious friend and protector, Baron George de Mohrenschildt, whom Marina's own attorney from the same law firm, William Mackenzie, also knew. And again, George de Mohrenschildt also knew, among others, George Bush. Continuing. Howard's choice of the Inn of the Six Flags was, as we have seen, a momentous decision, since the motel's manager, James Herbert Martin, soon became Marina's agent and lodged her in his home. Marina, who sold Life the dubious photograph of Oswald posing with a rifle, later had Marina's life story taped and, quote, interpreted by Ilya Mamontov, the friend of Peter Gregory. Later still, Martin arranged for Marina's story to be ghostwritten by Isaac Don Levine, a veteran China lobbyist who had previously corroborated on anti-Soviet projects with the CIA and the CIA-subsidized Tolstoy Foundation. Like Mamontov, Levine reportedly, quote, was trying to tie in Oswald with the Communist Party, unquote, and with a, quote, a Russian connection conspiracy concept, unquote. Despite appearances, Howard's choice of the motel introducing Martin was probably not accidental, but deliberate. For in February, when Marina fired Martin and engaged a new lawyer called William A. Mackenzie, she had not really changed protectors. Martin had been an employee of the Great Southwest Corporation. William A. Mackenzie, a close college friend of Bedford Wynne, had only just resigned from Bedford Wynne's family law firm of Wynne, Jaffe and Tinsley, the lawyers for Great Southwest, in order, so I have been reliably told, to become the lawyer for Marina. And skipping down again. If the Warren Commission had looked more closely at Mackenzie, it would have found what it was ostensibly looking for, links between the world of Oswald and the world of Ruby. The report rightly concluded that, quote, it was unable to find any credible evidence to support the rumors linking Oswald and Ruby directly or through others, unquote. I would interject, that's not quite true. There were telephone records between Oswald and Ruby, as we looked at in July. Continuing. The rumors it chose to investigate were indeed false, but it would have been more profitable to have investigated certain facts, such as the business relationship between Marina's lawyer, William Mackenzie, and Jack Ruby's former lawyer, Pete White. This relationship apparently explains the appearance of Mackenzie's new office telephone number in the notebook of Jack Ruby's assistant, Larry Crawford, C-R-A-F-A-R-D. The commission was interested in Crawford, who fled Dallas right after the assassination. And skipping down again, the he here is Robert Oswald, Lee Harvey Oswald's brother. He also testified that Mackenzie's law partners Henry Bayer, B-A-E-R, of Reliance Life, and Pete White, the name entered in Crawford's notebook, were persons, quote, known to me, unquote. The commission asked Crawford about Pete White, but they did not ask Robert Oswald. They should have. Pete White, who together with Mackenzie had once served as assistant district attorney, told the FBI that he had got Ruby's charge of pistol carrying dismissed back in 1954, and that he, quote, ran into, unquote, Ruby on November 20th, 1963, 2 days before the assassination. And skipping down again, questions about Pete White might have opened up several possible connections to the underworld past of Jack Ruby, and also to the Minutemen, Cuban exile General Walker milieu supported by H.L. Hunt and his two sons. In 1962, one of Pete White's two partners was Ivan Irwin, I-R-W-I-N, formerly of the family law firm identified to the FBI by Paul R. Jones, a mafia representative, convicted dope trafficker, and associate of Ruby, as the conduit for payoffs by organized crime to local law enforcement officials. Irwin's son, Ivan Irwin, Jr., was a lawyer for the Hunt oil interests and more particularly for Nelson Bunker Hunt, to whose office Ruby drove on November 21, 1963, one day after seeing White. Irwin represented Nelson Bunker Hunt in the matter of the anti-Kennedy advertisement. This ad, paid for in part by Hunt, had been arranged for by a young right-winger, Larry Schmidt, that's L-A-R-R-I-E, S-C-H-M-I-D-T, who with help from General Walker had organized the anti-Stevenson demonstrations, which became one of Dallas Police Chief Curry's reasons for recruiting outside security personnel on November 22nd. Robert Hatfield, Hatfield, the only member of Schmidt's group arrested at the Stevenson incident, engaged Pete White as his attorney. Larry Schmidt's semi-conspiratorial CUSA cabal, that's Conservatism USA cabal, which had captured the local chapter of the right-wing Young Americans for Freedom, included Warren Carroll, Carroll, whom Schmidt described to a friend as a scriptwriter for H.L. Hunt, quote, and a former CIA man. Among Schmidt's other contacts were Dr. Robert Morris of the American Security Council, who in 1962 and 3 lobbied actively on behalf of General Walker, and Otto Otepka, O-T-E-P-K-A, the former State Department officer who had worked with Oswald's file and against Kennedy's policies toward Cuba, the Soviet Union, and Vietnam. Also, Morris's protege, Professor Anthony Kubek, K-U-B-E-K, of the American Security Council, author in 1963 of How the Far East Was Lost, a belated but timely McCarthyite attack on the State Department, who, like General Walker, attended a Cuban exile DRE meeting in Dallas-Fort Worth. Continuing here. Schmidt's CUSA member in charge of public relations, finally, was Art Franzwald at the Bedford Wynn PR agency, indicating that CUSA had not only conspicuous links to right-wingers like Morris and the Hunts, but also, less conspicuously, to the vastly more influential, quote, center, unquote, world of the Wynns and their Murchison and Rockefeller allies as embodied in the Great Southwest Corporation. This rapprochement between the Pete White, Ruby, Irwin Hunt netherworld and the Bedford Wynn Rockefeller overworld is even better illustrated by the movement in late 1963 of Marina Oswald's mysterious attorney, William A. Mackenzie, from the office of his old friend Bedford Wynn to that of his old friend Pete White. Well, that's a complicated tangle of elements here. I'm going to take a minute now and let's run this down. Now, again, it is Peter Gregory, a white Russian petroleum engineer, part of this rollback or liberation intelligence, Galen-related milieu, petroleum milieu that we're looking at. He is the one who basically delivers Marina Oswald into the clutches, so to speak, of the Great Southwest Corporation, a major capital venture of the Wynn family and the Rockefellers. Now, an employee of Great Southwest, James Herbert Martin, becomes Marina's attorney, basically her manager. It is James Herbert Martin who sells the bogus photograph of Lee Harvey Oswald with a rifle he supposedly used to shoot President Kennedy to Life magazine. He later, that is Martin, is later fired by Marina Oswald. Actually, I guess it wasn't Marina who fired him. It was other members of the Oswald family who fired him. But in any event, he is subsequently replaced by William Mackenzie. Note also that James Herbert Martin recruited Ilya Mamontov, who we looked at earlier, corroborating the fellow who came up with the dark rifle scenario, which was mistranslated, which Gregory mistranslated Marina's testimony to corroborate. Later, it is James Herbert Martin who recruits Ilya Mamontov to have Marina's life story taped. He also, Martin that is, again, employee of the Great Southwest Corporation, this joint Rockefeller-Wynn venture, which later intersected significantly with people around Richard Nixon, such as his personal attorney. It is James Herbert Martin of Great Southwest who recruits Isaac Don Levine, closely associated with the CIA and a major figure in Cold War history, to ghostwrite Marina's story, and Isaac Don Levine is trying to develop a Soviet conspiracy scenario. Now, we looked at Isaac Don Levine in Radio Free America 15. It was Isaac Don Levine who first introduced Whittaker Chambers to Adolph Burley, or who first introduced Whittaker Chambers to, it was Adolph Burley. This ultimately led to Whittaker Chambers' testimony against Alger Hiss in that famous Cold War scandal. Earlier, Isaac Don Levine had ghostwritten a book called Out of the Night, supposedly written by a Soviet agent named Jan Valtin, but in fact this book appears to have been an English translation of a Third Reich forgery which was put together by a German intelligence agent, a Third Reich intelligence agent named Richard Krebs. Now, after Martin is fired, he is replaced by William Mackenzie. William Mackenzie is an attorney for Wynne, Jaffe, and Tinsley, which handles the legal work for Great Southwest Corporation. Also, the Morris Jaffe of this same firm handles the legal work for George de Mohrenschildt, who we've looked at earlier, and William Mackenzie also is a friend of George de Mohrenschildt, as was apparently George Bush as well. Now, William Mackenzie becomes a law partner of a guy named Pete White, whom he had previously known as they had both worked as assistant DAs in Dallas. Now, Pete White had earlier gotten Jack Ruby's charge of carrying a pistol dismissed in 1954, and coincidentally or not, he later, that is, Pete White, runs into Jack Ruby on November 20th, 1963, 2 days before the assassination. Now, before Pete White becomes William Mackenzie's law partner, and bear in mind that Pete White's address is in Ruby's assistant. No, actually, it was Mackenzie's new office telephone number is in the address book, the notebook of Ruby's assistant, Larry Crawford, before Mackenzie, formerly of Wynne, Jaffe, and Tinsley, handling the legal work for Great Southwest, before he replaces Great Southwest employee James Herbert Martin as Marina's manager. Pete White, the new partner of Mackenzie, is a law partner with Ivan Irwin and Ivan Irwin Jr., both of whom, when they were working together as a family law firm, were involved in apparently making payoffs by organized crime to local law enforcement officials. Now, Irwin Jr. was, and again, Ivan Irwin is the former law partner of Pete White, who becomes Mackenzie's partner. Ivan Irwin is an attorney for the Hunt oil interests and becomes an attorney for Nelson Bunker Hunt when Nelson Bunker Hunt is worried about his legal status in connection with an ad in the Dallas Morning News basically accusing Kennedy of treason. Now, that ad was paid for in part by Nelson Bunker Hunt and was arranged by a young right-winger named Larry Schmidt, who, as we looked at in Radio Free America program number 11, had emigrated to the Dallas-Fort Worth area from Munich, Germany. And one wonders perhaps whether he might have in some way been connected with the International Committee for the Defense of Christian Culture, a German-based intelligence network of which Nelson Bunker Hunt was the Texas representative. That involved a number of Galen and ABN-related elements. We looked at that in our second installment of this archive program. Now, Larry Schmidt's group, which works directly with Edwin Walker, okay, the fellow we looked at in our second installment, Larry Schmidt's group is the group that organizes, along with Walker, the anti-Stevenson demonstrations. Those demonstrations were the excuse for recruiting outside security personnel, in all probability some of the Army Intelligence and Army Intelligence Reserve people who functioned in connection with this Galen Petroleum Intelligence milieu in Dealey Plaza. The only member of Larry Schmidt's CUSA group to be arrested is a guy named Robert Hatfield, and he is represented by Pete White, the guy who William Mackenzie becomes a law partner with. And note again that a guy named Warren Carroll, a former CIA man, works with CUSA. He's a former scriptwriter for H.L. Hunt. And note also that Larry Schmidt's organization is directly connected to people like Professor Anthony Kubek, K-U-B-E-K, and former Joe McCarthy aide, Dr. Robert Morris, of the American Security Council that we looked at in our second part. That organization deeply involved with the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations, and a group whose genesis goes all the way back to Harry Young's American Vigilant Intelligence Federation. Note also that Schmidt's CUSA group has its PR handled by Art Franzwald, F-R-A-N-Z-W-A-L-D, of the Bedford Wynne Public Relations Agency. And bear in mind that two other employees of the Great Southwest Corporation helped corroborate Peter Gregory's bogus account of the shortened stock of Oswald's rifle. Now, bear in mind here, again, this is a complicated, obviously a complicated tangle of elements and events, but this is by way of looking at how this same milieu operates in conjunction with the cover-up of the Kennedy assassination. But here we begin to see much more powerful political and economic elements involved here. Again, as we begin moving from Elm Street to Wall Street, we encounter the Great Southwest Corporation, and Gregory is front and center in introducing Marina Oswald, or delivering them into the hands of the Great Southwest Corporation. And the significance of this, because what we're looking at with this milieu, as we talked about in the first two installments of RFA 37, what we're looking at is a synthesis of the American far right, the American radical right, such as the John Birch Society elements grouped around the Hunts and Walker, with the U.S. national security establishment elements of our own intelligence system, and some of these same Third Reich, White Russian, Galen-related, ABN-related elements that we've looked at the core of the rollback or liberation theory. And as Peter Dale Scott puts it here, Schmidt's CUSA member in charge of public relations, finally, was Art Franzwald, F-R-A-N-Z-W-A-L-D, again, of the Bedford Wynn PR agency, indicating that CUSA had not only conspicuous links to right-wingers like Morris and the Hunts, but also, less conspicuously, and this is the important part of this segment of the Scott's monograph, but also, less conspicuously, to the vastly more influential center world of the Wynns and their Murchison and Rockefeller allies as embodied in the Great Southwest Corporation. This rapprochement between the Pete White, Ruby, Irwin, Hunt netherworld and the Bedford Wynn Rockefeller overworld is even better illustrated by the movement in late 1963 of Marina Oswald's mysterious attorney, William A. Mackenzie, from the office of his old friend Bedford Wynn to that of his old friend Pete White. And again, that's the significance. This milieu is not just Third Reich holdovers and radical right-wingers operating in conjunction with elements of our intelligence system, but from a functional analytical standpoint, we are beginning to see this milieu as functioning in the political and economic context which basically empowered it, namely powerful corporate interests. And again, I'm looking at this petroleum Galen intelligence milieu in the context of the macro-political and macroeconomic forces which permitted the interaction of the Galen organization and related elements with American society. That interaction permitted the profound political effect that Galen had on American and world history in the Cold War era. Now, again, as we dolly back still further, we're going to take a look at an even more complicated set of relationships. I'm not going to take the time to detail everything beyond reading the text. One of the things that is most convincing and also, from a radio standpoint, most frustrating about presenting Peter Dale Scott's material in both the Dallas Conspiracy and in government documents in the JFK assassination is that this massive pair of documents, probably some 400 pages combined, copiously footnoted, details a very complex, highly interlocked web of political, military, national security, and economic forces, and it literally becomes dizzying. And if that sounds like something of an exaggeration, if you thought the Great Southwest Corporation analysis, which I just touched on, and again, that nexus, the Great Southwest Corporation nexus, representing a synthesis of major American corporate power with the American far right, the same Galen ABN-related elements and elements of the national security establishment. What we're going to look at now really could be said to represent the intersection, the operational intersection of major American corporate power with the elements that carried out the assassination, this coup, this triumph in a formal way of liberation or rollback theory over containment theory. We're going to take a look now at how the worlds of Ruby and Oswald were basically controlled by major and interlocking corporate interests. And again, take a look at the fact that the national security establishment, and including this same petroleum, Galen-related white Russian intelligence milieu with which we began our analysis, and of which, as we shall see again, George Bush was a part, this milieu functioned at the operational level at the behest of these interests. What we're going to be looking at now is how an individual named Robert Anderson serves as a point of intersection between, or a vehicle, uniting a number of different political, economic, national security interests. Now, Robert Anderson was a major Texas oil lobbyist. Lyndon Johnson telephoned Robert Anderson a few hours after Kennedy's assassination, quite possibly to talk to Anderson about the assassination. I want to emphasize that there's never been any evidence that I'm aware of linking Anderson to the assassination, but in examining Anderson's connections, and he was very heavily connected, he was Eisenhower's Secretary of the Treasury, deeply involved with the Texas petroleum industry, deeply involved with major financial interests and corporate interests. As we take a look at the connecting links between the world of Robert Anderson and also by extension the world of LBJ as well as Richard Nixon, and we're going to take a look at how these major corporate forces intersect with and involve the worlds of Jack Ruby and Lee Harvey Oswald. I'm not going to detail all the connections. That would take a long time, and indeed one of the most compelling aspects of Peter Dale Scott's presentation is the extent to which he documents but the major overlapping capital participation of many of these interests, the interlocking corporate directorates of many of these interests, and in turn illustrates how these very powerful forces, these powerful corporate forces, intersect with the people that we see at the operational level like Ruby, Oswald, Gregory, Mamontov, etc. What I am going to do is identify some of the major players here. We're going to take a look at the Wagner estate of Texas, Vernon, Texas. We're going to take a look at the First National Bank of Fort Worth. We're going to take a look at the LTV Corporation, Ling Temco Vought, a major aerospace contractor which benefited directly from Johnson's escalation of the Cold War and the Vietnam War in particular. We're going to take a look at General Dynamics, also a company that benefited from the assassination and the escalation of the defense industry. General Dynamics was involved in the production of the TFX fighter bomber that later became the F-111. Note that the attorney for General Dynamics, Albert Jenner, Jenner, or an attorney, became a key Warren Commission counsel, and it was Jenner who later served as House Minority Counsel in the GOP counsel in the Watergate scandal. Jenner was in charge with seeing whether or not Lee Harvey Oswald was part of a conspiracy. And we're also going to take a look at Dresser Industries. Now, it was a subsidiary of Dresser, IDECO, that was George Bush's first employer, and which, according to Anthony Kimmery's analysis, part of which we will review, may very well have served as the corporate cover for George Bush's apparent or probable early work on behalf of the intelligence community. And we're going to take a look at the directorate, but we're going to take a look at Lewis McNaughton of the DeGolyer and McNaughton Petroleum Engineering Firm, again, connected with Declan Ford, connected with George Buey, two of the people from this white Russian Galen-related milieu that we looked at in the first part of our program. And we're going to take a look at how McNaughton served as a director of Dresser Industries. Chairman of the board of Dresser Industries was Prescott Bush's friend, George Bush's virtual godfather, Henry Neil Mallon. That was the guy who got George Bush his job with DeGolyer and McNaughton. We're also going to take a look at major capital interests associated with the Loeb Roads corporations or corporate interests, and also, again, the Great Southwest Corporation. Again, I'm not going to detail these connections past a point, but I'm going to look at 7 of the 10 ways in which the milieu of Robert Anderson relates to the milieu, plural, of Oswald and Ruby. And here, in a sense, we can begin to see the major links between Elm Street in Dealey Plaza and Wall Street, and we will continue to take a look at those links in another section of this essay. Now, here we're going to jump from government documents in the JFK assassination to the Dallas Conspiracy by Peter Dale Scott. Peter Dale Scott writes, and again, this is very complicated, and the phenomenal degree of intersection, both overlapping capital participation as well as interlocking directorates and business associations, is one of the things which shows the corporate milieu, the larger economic and political forces at whose behest some of these hommes de masse, some of the operational functionaries, were performing. Now here we're going to jump from government documents in the JFK assassination to the Dallas conspiracy by Peter Dale Scott. And Peter Dale Scott writes, and again, this is very complicated, and the phenomenal degree of intersection, both overlapping capital participation as well as interlocking directorates and business associations, is one of the things which shows the corporate milieu, the larger economic and political forces at whose behest some of these hommes de masse, some of the operational functionaries, were performing. Peter Dale Scott writes as follows in the Dallas conspiracy. Did Johnson's phone call to Robert Anderson have any connection with the assassination of Kennedy a few hours earlier? The question, to my knowledge, has not been raised. Nevertheless, though Anderson was not in Dallas on that day and there is nothing to link him directly to the shootings, there are at least 10 connections linking Anderson indirectly to Oswald, to Ruby, and above all to those persons controlling the lives and fortunes of both Oswald and Ruby. By the way, I would interject, I'm only going to detail 7 of those 10 here. Continuing, each of these connections may seem tenuous to the reader at first sight, but cumulatively, they suggest that the Warren Commission, aided by Wagner Carr, that was Texas Attorney General, should have explored them further. 1. Once a young Fort Worth lawyer, Robert Anderson had risen to prominence among Texas oil men as manager of the W.T. Wagner estate, W-A-G-G-O-N-E-R, a multi-million-dollar oil and cattle-producing enterprise in Vernon, Texas. After Lee Harvey Oswald was arrested on November 22, 1963, $180 in clean $20 and $10 bills were seen in the possession of his wife, Marina. They were contained in, quote, a new wallet with an advertisement that reads, Wagner National Bank, Vernon, Texas, unquote, a family bank which was one element in the Wagner estate. Oswald, as far as is known, had never been in Vernon. 2. The Wagner estate and bank interlocked, as did General Dynamics, with the First National Bank of Fort Worth, in which Mrs. W.T. Wagner was the 5th largest stockholder. This was the bank through which remittances were sent to Lee Harvey Oswald while he was in Russia, and in which an Oswald trust account was set up by his widow Marina and her then business manager James Martin, again of Great Southwest. 3. The FBI agent covering the Oswald case from 1960 to 1962 was John Fain, F-A-I-N, who interviewed Robert Oswald about his brother in April of 1960, and Oswald himself on June 26, 1962, after his return from Russia to Fort Worth. Fain interviewed Oswald again in August of 1962 and retired in October, the same month that the Oswalds moved from Fort Worth to Dallas. Fain told the Warren Commission that he was a friend and classmate of Anderson's at Weatherford College, and that Anderson had secured him his first employment when the latter was chairman of the Texas Unemployment Commission. 4. Carl M. Loeb Rhodes and Company, that's Loeb, L-O-E-B, Rhodes, R-H-O-A-D-E-S, beginning again, Carl M. Loeb Rhodes and Company, the company in which Anderson was a limited partner, had an interest in General Dynamics, and like the First National Bank of Fort Worth, it had until 1962 a director on the General Dynamics board. Max Clark, a former security officer of the Fort Worth Convair plant of General Dynamics, was said by one witness to be, quote, in some way connected with the FBI, unquote, was one of the first people contacted by Oswald on his return to Fort Worth. Interrupting here, his wife, Gallie Clark, the former Princess Sherbatov, a white Russian and part and parcel to this milieu that we're looking at. Continuing. Anderson was a co-director of Dresser, Industries Incorporated, an oil equipment company with subsidiaries in Iran and Japan, with Louis MacNaughton. MacNaughton's personal accountant, the Russian George Bouet, took such intimate care of the Oswald family in late 1962 that he is said to have been, quote, rather mad at Marina for taking an apartment at Oak Cliff because it was rather too far for him to drive and help her when she needed help with the baby, unquote. After the assassination, Marina Oswald eventually moved in with the family of Mr. and Mrs. Declan Ford, D-E-C-L-A-N, appointing them her agents. Ford had also been an employee of Louis MacNaughton until October of 1962, about the same time that Oswald first met Ford and moved to Dallas. R.B. Gilmore, G-I-L-M-O-R-E, the president of MacNaughton's firm of petroleum geologists, DeGolyer and MacNaughton, was then on the board of LTV, or Ling Temco Vought. Now, I'm going to interrupt the reading of the Dallas Conspiracy here very briefly to read a short section. Now, this also from Covert Action Information Bulletin's issue number 41 from the summer of 1992, and this is from the article with which we began, Radio Free America 37, in the George Bush and the CIA, in the Company of Friends by Anthony L. Kimmery, K-I-M-E-R-Y. Now, bear in mind that Louis MacNaughton connected in the ways that we have seen with this particular milieu. Again, the risk of seeming repetitive, the Galen White Russian intelligence milieu, this rollback or liberation milieu. Louis MacNaughton is a director for Dresser Industries. Now, we're going to take a look at how George Bush also worked for Dresser Industries. Bush started his career as a salesman for International Derrick and Equipment Company, IDECO, a subsidiary of Houston-based Dresser Industries. This global engineering and construction conglomerate had routinely served as a CIA cover. Bush's job, peddling IDECO's services, including behind the Iron Curtain, was a curious responsibility considering Bush's inexperience in either the oil industry or international relations. And again, Bush begins by peddling oil services behind the Iron Curtain. Dresser Industries' longtime chairman of the board, now bear in mind that Louis MacNaughton of DeGolyer and MacNaughton is one of the directors of Dresser, Dresser Industries' longtime chairman of the board, Henry Neil Mallon, M-A-L-L-O-N, the, quote, surrogate uncle, unquote, and, quote, father confessor, unquote, to Prescott Bush Sr.'s children, personally offered Bush the IDECO job. Mallon was a friend to numerous ranking Cold War-era intelligence officials, including Allen Dulles, an OSS veteran and ground floor official of the CIA. Dulles headed the agency from 1953 until 1961, when he was sacked by President Kennedy in the wake of the Bay of Pigs disaster. Mallon steered prospective candidates for spy work to Dulles and often provided cover employment to CIA operatives. Prescott and Mallon were also Yale classmates and initiates of Skull and Bones, the infamous secret Yale fraternity that was a fertile CIA recruiting ground during the Cold War. George joined Skull and Bones his junior year. Another particularly important operative with whom Mallon was well acquainted would also eventually work with George Bush, George de Mohrenschildt, okay, one of Marina Oswald's handlers and a former German spy. Now again, Prescott Bush Sr. was a very good friend of William Casey. We're going to look at Prescott Sr. and George's relations to William Casey next week. Henry Neil Mallon, a good friend of Prescott Bush's Sr.'s. They are both Skull and Bones and Yale graduates. Henry Neil Mallon is very friendly with Allen Dulles and also George de Mohrenschildt. Dresser Industries routinely serves as a cover for CIA operations and may very well have served as a corporate cover for George Bush. Henry Neil Mallon personally gives George Bush the job with Dresser's subsidiary, IDECO. Louis MacNaughton is one of the directors on this board, headed by Henry Neil Mallon. Now, bear in mind here the link-ups between some of these people at the operational level and major corporate interests. Bear in mind a book which we're going to touch on also, a very fine book, a new book called The Old Boys, subtitled The American Elite and the Origins of the CIA by Burton Hirsch. As we take a look at these operational connections and these these interlocking directorates and overlapping capital participations, bear in mind the phrase networking, because what we're looking at, literally, as the title of the Burton Hirsch book says, is an old boy network. And this old boy network is what we're looking at here. So bear in mind, again, Lewis MacNaughton's presence on the board of Dresser, chaired by Henry Neal Mallon, who gives George Bush his job. Henry Neal Mallon's association with Prescott Sr. in Skull and Bones, good friend of Prescott Sr., his relationship with Allen Dulles and George de Mohrenschildt. And bear in mind that Prescott Sr., as we looked at in an addendum to the Uncle Sam and the Swastika broadcast, Prescott Sr. was involved with the same transatlantic financial and industrial axis, which was part and parcel not only to helping to arm and finance the Third Reich, as well as to a certain extent supporting it politically, but Allen Dulles, part of that same transatlantic financial and industrial axis, and a friend of Henry Neal Mallon, helps to work out the Christian West concept. Continuing now with The Dallas Conspiracy by Peter Dale Scott. Jack Crichton, another former MacNaughton employee who later worked for a Low Broads company, Empire Trust, was an oil man and the 1964 Republican candidate for governor of Texas who ran against John Connally. As a member of the, quote, Army Reserve Intelligence Service, unquote, it was he who first arranged for key Russians in the oil industry who knew all about the Oswalds to act as, quote, interpreters, unquote, during Marina's first interviews with investigators. At least one of these Russians, who knew Oswald and Clark, acted conspiratorially in systematically altering what Marina had said. A fellow director of Crichton's firm of Dorchester Gas Producing was D.H. Bird, an oil associate of Sid Richardson and Clint Murkison, and the LTV director who teamed up with James Ling to buy 132,000 shares of LTV in November of 1963. While waiting to be sworn in as president in Dallas on November 22, 1963, Johnson spoke by telephone with J.W. Bullion, B-U-L-L-I-O-N, a member of the Dallas law firm Thompson, Wright, Knight, and Simmons, which had the legal account for Dorchester Gas Producing and was represented on its board. The senior partner of the law firm, Dwight L. Simmons, S-I-M-M-O-N-S, had until 1960 sat on the board of Chance Vought Aircraft, a predecessor of Ling Temco Vought. 1 week after the assassination, Johnson named Bullion, B-U-L-L-I-O-N, who has been described as his, quote, business friend and lawyer, unquote, to be one of the trustees handling the affairs of the former LBJ company while its owner was president. 7. As a Low Broads partner and director of Webb and Knapp, Anderson participated in a huge land syndicate, the Great Southwest Corporation, which hoped to turn land in Arlington, Texas, between Dallas and Fort Worth, into a $500 million investment. Webb and Knapp put in $6 million. Much of the land in question had once belonged to Anderson's former friend and employer, the late Guy Wagner, of the W.T. Wagner estate. Low Broads and Rockefeller Center were among the original participants in the syndicate. One director of the Great Southwest Corporation, Toddy L. Wynn, had, as president of the Murkison Company Dalata Corporation, D-A-L-A-D-A, helped pay off Anderson in connection with the oil import program settlement of 1957. Two directors of Great Southwest represented the First National Bank of Fort Worth. James H. Martin, the manager of Great Southwest's Inn of the Six Flags, became, by an intricate sequence of, quote, coincidences, unquote, host and later business manager for Marina Oswald. It was he who sold to the world press the highly dubious pictures of Oswald waving a rifle and a Trotskyite newspapers. Today, LTV is one of the industries which have now established plants in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Now, that, again, by way of shifting focus from Elm Street to Wall Street, and we're going to complete that shift of focus. We're going to dolly the camera out a little bit further right now. Continuing with The Dallas Conspiracy by Peter Dale Scott. Now, I realize that intersection of elements in the first part of the Dallas Conspiracy is dizzying, but again, we're talking about interlocking directorates, overlapping capital participation, and note again the connections between these links and the milieu of George Bush and this again, this intelligence Galen-related petroleum milieu, which I have dubbed the rollback or liberation milieu. Now, we're going to dolly back all the way, and not only Wall Street, but many of the most powerful capital interests in this country and the world are now about to come into sharp focus as the beneficiaries of the reversals of policy that took place as a result of Kennedy's assassination. Now, bear in mind that Kennedy was in the process, as we looked at in the Guns of November Part 3, of pulling the U.S. out of Vietnam. That he began doing with NSA 263, National Security Action Memorandum 273, drawn up 2 days after Kennedy was killed and dated 4 days after he was killed, canceled the troop withdrawal and scheduled a 34A program of covert operations against North Vietnam, and the subsequent escalation which led to the Vietnam War. In the Dallas Conspiracy, Peter Dale Scott notes that Lyndon Johnson reversed so many of JFK's policies vis-a-vis winding down the Cold War, that these reversals took place apparently not so much in response to hostile foreign developments, but rather to the pressures, domestic pressures, to continue the inertia of the Cold War, that inertia, as we have seen, generated by NSC 68, drawn up by Paul Nietzsche. And note that the petroleum industry, and in particular Saccone Mobil, now known as Mobil Oil, were major elements pressuring the Kennedy administration to escalate, not de-escalate, in Vietnam. Reading from the Dallas Conspiracy. Now note again, even though we have come all the way from Elm Street to Wall Street, yet again we will see people with strong intelligence backgrounds functioning in a big way as we now shift to Wall Street. Reading from the Dallas Conspiracy by Peter Dale Scott. We have been attempting to look at Kennedy's contemplated deviations from bureaucratic Cold War policy in late 1963 in the structural context of some of the defense procurement programs for aircraft and communications which would have been most threatened by those deviations. We have also seen how, in the specific examples of Vietnam and Cuba, Lyndon Johnson moved swiftly to reaffirm before the end of 1933 a Cold War stance that was, if anything, more hawkish than before. In the case of Cuba, the, quote, full-scale reevaluation, unquote, of Kennedy's policy ordered by Johnson did not come in response to any external threat to order. The U.S. attitude toward Cuba hardened when there were signs of an improved understanding between the two countries. I would like now to raise the possibility that Johnson's, quote, crisis, unquote, decision on Vietnam at an unscheduled meeting only 2 days after the assassination was likewise in response to increased forces against peace inside America rather than to political changes in the Far East. The first ground for this disturbing allegation is that the November 24th meetings called for a decisive commitment, quote-unquote, in Vietnam, according to I.F. Stone, Johnson's, quote, hard, unquote, decision, again quoting, not to lose Vietnam, unquote, according to Tom Wicker, his decision, quote, to increase the pressure and press on, unquote, according to Steinberg, corresponded exactly to the demands over the past 6 months of powerful corporate interests whose lobbying Kennedy had hitherto resisted. These demands were publicly articulated in May of 1963 by William Henderson, Henderson, a Saccone Mobil advisor on international affairs, unquote. We shall ultimately fail to secure the basic objectives of policy in Southeast Asia until our commitment to the region becomes unlimited, and it has not been up till now. This does not mean simply that we must be prepared to fight for Southeast Asia if necessary, although it certainly means that at a minimum. Beyond this is involved a much greater commitment of our resources, our knowledge, and our whole national effort than we have hitherto been prepared to make in order to effectively influence the political, economic, and social development of these countries along fruitful paths. Such a commitment will come, if at all, only in response to sustained and persuasive governmental, that is to say, presidential leadership and guidance. All three post-war administrations have shown an unwillingness to go the whole way to make the final commitment. And then Peter Dale Scott resumes, Mr. Henderson's paper was read at a quasi-academic conference on May 10th and 11th, 1963, quote, "to reappraise the whole pattern of United States policy in Southeast Asia," unquote, sponsored jointly by the Southeast Asia Committee of the Association for Asian Studies and by the Asia Society. Neither organization could be called disinterested. Now, in the Association for Asian Studies, we're going to see a mixture of major, or a conglomeration of major corporate interests, notably the Rockefeller interests, the interlocking directorate and capital participation with IBM. And again, note that many of the academics presenting these papers have intelligence backgrounds. Continuing with Scott's narrative, the AAS, this is the Association for Asian Studies, the AAS chairman of the conference was Professor John F. Cady, C-A-D-Y, a veteran of OSS in Southeast Asia, and the bulk of the papers read were by men, many of them professors with intelligence backgrounds. The Asia Society, meanwhile, was dominated by its president, John D. Rockefeller III, whose father and brothers owned 1/6 of Saucony's stock in 1939. President Grayson Kirk of Columbia University, the chairman of the Asia Society Board of Trustees, was himself a director of Saucony Mobile, as well as of an investment firm, Nationwide Securities, with Allen Dulles, the former CIA chief, Admiral Carney, C-A-R-N-E-Y, the former chief of naval operations, and Frank Pace, P-A-C-E, of Continental Oil and General Dynamics. One can safely say it was not by accident that the Asia Society provided a platform for Saucony employee William Henderson, a professional Vietnam lobbyist from as early as 1956. Saucony Mobile itself is known to have derived 58% of its profits after taxes from foreign operations in 1959, including the Far East, and the company interlocked with others having a prominent Far Eastern stake, notably the First National City Bank of New York and IBM. And in a footnote to that last sentence, Scott adds, by the way, Saucony Mobile, that Standard Oil Company of New York, now simply known as Mobil Oil. Saucony and IBM shared two directors, Albert Lynn Williams of the J. Henry Schroeder Banking Corporation and Grayson Kirk of Columbia and the Asian Society. The Schroeder banking operations in Britain, the United States, and Germany was one of the major firms involved in this transatlantic financial and industrial axis that I looked at in the first two Radio Free America shows, the Uncle Sam and the Swastika broadcast, Uncle Sam and Il Duce, and earlier in this archive show as well. Peter Dale Scott goes on to add, and by the way, Allen Dulles was deeply involved with that same Schroeder Bank. Together, these corporations have visibly had the power to use government and intelligence agencies to further their purposes. And I dare say with people such as Allen Dulles and former Director of Naval Operations, they were obviously in a position to do so again. So as we begin dollying back from Dealey Plaza, as we begin moving back from Elm Street to get the wider focus, we see the same operational elements, the same Galen intelligence petroleum milieu functioning at the behest of the most powerful economic and political interests in this country, and the overall policies laid out by Paul Nitze in National Security Action Memorandum 68 that we looked at can be seen as being perpetuated by force of arms, by the use of deadly force and covert action in the United States to perpetuate the rollback or liberation theory rather than not just containment, but John Kennedy was actually aiming at more, if not ending, certainly winding down the Cold War to basically permit the status quo to exist. A few last quick details about this particular coup d'etat, and speaking of coup d'etat, there is a book called Coup d'etat in America, the CIA and the Assassination of John Kennedy, co-authored by Alan J. Weberman at W-E-B-E-R-M-A-N and Michael Canfield, C-A-N-F-I-E-L-D. It's published by the Quick American Archives, an appropriate name, originally copyrighted 75 and copyrighted again in 1992. A quick word of warning, this is not, in my estimation, a particularly good book. There is some good information in here, but there is a lot of serious BS, and it's generally a pretty sloppy work. But one accurate part of this book reads as follows. Speaking now of George de Mohrenschildt again, a friend of George Bush, friend of Henry Neil Mallon, and part and parcel to the milieu that we're looking at. De Mohrenschildt brought Oswald to a party where he met Michael and Ruth Payne. The Paynes were closely associated with the intelligence community. Mr. Payne worked for Bell Helicopter and had a security clearance. He was worth at least $1/3 million. Copies of a highly censored document about him were sent to Navy, Air Force, and Army intelligence. Now, note again that Michael Payne was not only deeply involved, worked for Bell Helicopter, he was one of its central R&D people, not noted there. And we're going to take a look again at who was in charge. We've looked at this before, not in this archive show, but we're going to take a look at who was in charge of research and development for Bell Aerospace, of which Bell Helicopter was a subsidiary. And bear in mind that Bell Helicopter profited handsomely from the Vietnam War. Reading now from a book about the importation of German scientists at the end of World War II, this is called Project Paperclip. It's subtitled German Scientists in the Cold War. It's by Clarence G. Lasby, L-A-S-B-Y, published in hardcover by the Athenaeum Press, New York, 1971. And in charge of R&D for Bell Aircraft was none other than the very same Walter Dornberger, the Nazi general in charge of the V-1 and V-2 rocket projects at Peenemünde Norhausen, but the same General Dornberger who collaborated with Reinhard Gehlen to help generate the myth about the missile gap that we looked at in our last installment of RFA 37. Of Dornberger, Lasby writes as follows. The British did win a token victory over the protestations of von Braun. They convinced their ally to relinquish any claim on General Dornberger. They considered him a, quote, menace of the first order, unquote, who deserved to be, quote, left on the dust heap, unquote. As one Englishman explained to his American friend, the military commander of Peenemünde, quote, will ever have in mind the desirability of returning to a resurrected Reich, carrying with him the knowledge accumulated by the German rocketeers while working under Allied patronage, unquote. The Americans were not anxious to import the enemy general. After listening to monitored conversations between Dornberger and fellow inmates of detention centers, they concluded he had a, unquote, untrustworthy attitude in seeking to turn ally against ally, unquote, and that he would be a, quote, source of irritation and future unrest, unquote, among the Germans if he were sent to America. Skipping down, but His Majesty's government had plans of their own. They imprisoned him, Dornberger, for 2 years, hoping to find some legal basis to place him in the dock at Nuremberg. Only upon his release in 1947 was Dornberger free to accept a contract under Project Paperclip, which led eventually to the directorship of research and development at the Bell Aircraft Company. Michael Payne was one of his subordinates. Whether or not Dornberger played any role in the assassination is anybody's guess. Certainly an interesting detail, possibly significant, and note that both the British and Americans observed Dornberger and his role as, quote, probably turning ally against ally. Bear in mind that Bell Helicopter profited handsomely from Vietnam. We're going to turn our last item here, 2 quick items, to Frank Wisner. Frank Wisner, a member of this old boy network discussed by Burton Hirsch. He was head of the Office of Policy Coordination, which brought in many of these Gehlen-related elements, including Stefan Bandera's people, as we looked at in Radio Free America #1, and the Warren Commission counsel in charge with investigating all of these White Russian-related elements was Wesley Liebler, who was an attorney with the very same law firm of Frank Wisner. Reading now from The Dallas Conspiracy, again, by Peter Dale Scott. Liebler's relation to the principal figures of the assassination is much simpler and more blatant than that of either Jenner or Adams. Quote, Liebler is associated with the law firm of Carter, Ledyard, and Milburn, Ledyard, Milburn, New York City, unquote, which is to say perhaps the most conspicuously CIA-linked law firm in the country. At one time, 2 alumni of Carter, Ledyard, and Milburn served simultaneously as deputy directors of CIA, William Harding Jackson and Frank G. Wisner. Wisner set up the CIA's Plans Division, the so-called Department of Dirty Tricks, and was directly responsible for the 1954 Guatemala operation in defense of United Fruit. Wisner stepped down and later suffered a series of nervous breakdowns after being deeply involved in the disastrous 1956 Hungarian uprising, and finally committed suicide in 1965. One wonders if his suicide has anything to do with that of Garrett Underhill, Underhill, chief editor of the Army's Military Intelligence Service publications and a consultant on chief editor, of the Army's Military Intelligence Service and a consultant on CIA-linked special operations. Quote, immediately after the assassination, a distraught Underhill told friends that a semi-autonomous CIA clique, which had been profiting in narcotics and gun running, was implicated. Several months later, Underhill was found dead of a bullet wound in the head. When an old friend wrote to Underhill's widow asking about his demise, the reply came from an official of a now-defunct Washington firm, Falcon Aeronautics Incorporated, which smacks of having been an ad hoc CIA front. So again, a note of Garrett Underhill's, quote, suicide. Also, the bullet hole in his head was the opposite, I did not mention there, was on the opposite side from what one would expect, given the hand that he used. One wonders if that has anything to do with some of the military intelligence elements we looked at earlier. The concluding item that we're going to look at tonight, again, we're going to take a look at one of the old boys. Very briefly, the aforementioned Frank Wisner, who committed suicide in '65. Reading now from the Old Boys, subtitled The American Elite and the Origins of the CIA, authored by Burton Hersh, H-E-R-S-H, hardcover edition, copyright 1992 by Charles Scribner and Sons of New York. And old Frank Wisner himself, just like Allen Dulles, who served on the Warren Commission, just like John J. McCloy, a powerful Wall Street lawyer who served on the Warren Commission and had previously released many of the Galen operatives, including several war criminals, into the clutches of the CIA, just as Allen Dulles and John J. McCloy, part of this old boy network, served on the Warren Commission. Frank Wisner also played a very small role, albeit a journalistic one, in helping to cover up or attempting to refute critics of the Warren Report. Reading from the Old Boys, when the English Don, H.R. Trevor Roper, presumed in the London Times to point out the sluggishness and illogic behind the Warren Commission report, Wisner took it on himself to try and whip up a campaign to refute the purported meretriciousness of the piece by Trevor Roper. So even old Frank Wisner, having had some nervous breakdowns, still figures in the background of the attempted cover-up of the assassination of John Kennedy. And again, note that Allen Dulles was a member of the Warren Commission, and John J. McCloy, who released many of Galen's most heinous operatives as U.S. High Commissioner of Germany, also a member of the Warren Commission. And this concludes this next-to-last segment of Radio Free America 37, illustrating, perhaps, as William Faulkner said, that the past is never dead and buried. It isn't even past. Next week, we're going to bring this sequence of events all the way on up through the Reagan and Bush administrations in the concluding segment of Radio Free America 37.